Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I got my space.
I know,
Trying to
but
get to the board back. Although I do appreciate this. It's easier to like stay in the packet but then refer to this.
yeah. David, are you? Why, this is really loud. Okay, that's okay. I'll try not to yell on it. Kenji, are you ready back there? He's ready. Okay. All right, it is 5:30 p.m. and it is my pleasure to call this meeting to order of the regular meeting for August 11th, 2026 for Oshtemo Charter Township, and I welcome you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on our agenda is the opportunity for remote location identification for remote attendance when permitted by statute. I see we have all members of the board present, so I will close item 3 as remote location identification is not necessary. Next, we'll move to item 4, Township Mission, Vision, and Core Values. And I invite a member of this body to share a Township core value.
I will do that. Allow residents to interact directly with the township staff and officials.
Thank you, Trustee Chapman. Next, we have item 5, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have any members of the body wishing to make any changes to the agenda this evening?
Move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Sikora, a second by Trustee Ford. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next is the time on our agenda, item number 6, that we welcome public officials or community partners to share updates. Oh, I see we have our County Commissioner, Mr. DeLu here. Please come share. We're only accepting good news, so just so you know.
Well, good, because I feel like I get up here and I just rehash old news. So I just want to let the public know, as well as the board, Dr. Kevin Catlin, who's our county administrator, is leaving. Now, this is no shock to the county board because he is an outstanding administrator. Last year, he was named one of the top 10 administrators in the country. And as often as he kept turning down the headhunters, well, he got an offer he couldn't refuse. So he's leaving and going down to Virginia. And tomorrow at 4 to 7 p.m. at the Farmers Market on Bank Street downtown, it's now called the Don Cooney Farmers Market. It's his send-off. So the public is welcome. Starts at 4, and we're just going to go wish him well in his future.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will, I think I've said this before, he's been outstanding to work with. I mean, just a real visionary leader and very communicative and a problem solver. So I think I said this last time. Use those same traits when you seek the next, seek his replacement.
And he's only 35 years old. I don't know how long enough.
He's getting ready to become a dad, too.
He has his child.
He has the baby, yeah. That's awesome. Any questions for the commissioners? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one. Budget. What's the county? You had one budget retreat. What's your? Where are you guys at, and when do you hope to have a?
We have 2 more special sessions scheduled in August, dealing strictly with the budget. And as usual, the ARPA dollars are gone, so we are going to. Right now, the commission itself is dealing with $6 million in requests from various departments where we have 1.8 to give away. So it's going to be tough and tight, and people aren't going to get everything they want. But, we have a very capable acting administrator who was the assistant deputy administrator. So, it's going to be a good discussions, but not everybody's going to be happy, that's for sure.
Do you know, are those budget conversations, are those being recorded or put on Zoom or anything?
Yes, because they are open meetings,
Okay.
so the minutes are on those, because the whole board is together, so it has to be an open meeting.
Okay. Okay, that's it for me, thanks. Anyone else here? I don't see our road commissioner here yet. They had a long board meeting, so. All right, if there are no others, I will close item 6 and we will move into the work session. The work session tonight is to provide the board and the public with some foundation information. Some of this for this board will be, you've seen it before, you've heard it before, but given the 2 items on the agenda these are related to, we have invited Riley Lukumsky, thank you, from Southwest Michigan First to give the board an overview and a presentation on the Industrial Development District tool.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Riley Lukumsky. I'm a Senior Director of Economic Development at Southwest Michigan First. Southwest Michigan First is the regional economic development organization for the 7 counties of Southwest Michigan. We're the lead economic development organization for Kalamazoo County. My presentation this evening will be fairly brief. I'll be about 10 minutes just to give an overview of PA 198 facilities tax exemptions, and in particular, just what the Industrial Development District step means tonight. But quickly, a little bit about Southwest Michigan First. Our mission is to increase economic prosperity for all in Southwest Michigan, and we envision Southwest Michigan as one of the most economically prosperous regions in the state and in the country. And what does that look like, and how is that done? Well, we know that through economic development, we can help businesses overcome challenges, whether that's sales, talent, infrastructure, financing, local connectivity, what have you. And when our business community is successful, the taxes they generate, the new jobs and higher wages they pay, and their contributions to the community from a philanthropic lens lead to all the things that we care about as community members, like the capacity and demand to improve parks, schools, housing, public safety, the list goes on. So this is the model that we believe in. Getting into the industrial development districts and the industrial facilities tax exemption, I first want to say that the Industrial Development District, which is what you will be voting on later this evening, is the first step in this process, right? It doesn't approve or deny any sort of tax abatement. That part of the process only enables for the application of those tax abatements locally. But at a greater sense, the tax abatement tool, the IFT, the PA 198, as it's referred to, remains one of the most commonly used economic development tools available to local governments to use at their discretion in Michigan, and it's used for both the retention of existing employers and their growth, and also the attraction of new ones. The second bullet point is particularly impactful. The tool provides a 50% property tax abatement on new real property investments, and that's for a period of up to 12 years. That period is at the discretion of the township, and the abatement only applies to eligible mills. So I'll stay on this second bullet point for a few moments and dive in there. So the 50% abatement on new real property investments means, if there's a parcel and the existing tax income from that was $10,000, and then there was a new development on that parcel with an abatement that provided an additional $30,000, right? That initial $10,000 won't be changed, right? That'll always be kept whole throughout the process. The abatement portion would only apply to the increase. So in that situation, right, the township would receive the $10,000 that stays the same throughout that, and it would receive a 50% of the newly created value. So it would be a $25,000 tax bill to the township in that sense. That's important to understand because the township is not losing anything right throughout that transaction. They started out with $10,000 in tax revenue coming in. Even with the abatement on there right now, they're getting 25. So you're not losing anything that's existing, and it's really, it in a sense works as a performance-based incentive, right? Because if they don't create the taxable value for the community, there is no abatement to be received anyway. So the abatement applies only to eligible mills. That's noteworthy, especially in Oshtemo Township, as special assessments are not eligible mills, so your all's police and fire special assessment would not be affected throughout the duration of any potential abatement. And then additionally, the state tax or the state education tax would also be kept whole. There are additional parameters on any sort of tax abatement application as well, right? So there is the zoning on the property, right? You all have that at your discretion for the uses on the property as a buffer to what you want to see in certain spots. And an additional buffer is that only certain types of businesses are eligible to receive the exemption. That's manufacturing companies, qualifying logistic and office facilities that are tied to Michigan-based manufacturers, research development facilities, the list goes on. But the main point is the local government has the discretion on whether the abatements are approved locally or not, right? So you can approve an industrial development district, which enables applications to come before the township. And then if an application came through that the township was not happy with or was not in compliance with your all's procedure, you could deny that tax abatement at that time. And you would also have the length of the abatement at your discretion as well. Moving on, why would a local unit of government offer an industrial property tax abatement? Why would they approve one? Why would they approve even the IDD to be able to make applications possible? There are a lot of great reasons on the screen. I really want to dive into the competitive nature that we're seeing in economic development projects lately. Every new company that looks at our region or at Oshtemo Township or anywhere in Southwest Michigan, we're largely in competition with other communities, largely other states, and our tools generally, even are at a disadvantage compared to other states, right? Other states maybe offer more cash or better tax tools, right? And even so having this tool available even for application is a major way for us to even stay competitive and stay in the hunt, I would say. Corporate decision makers, right, are looking to make location decisions based on a variety of factors. Could be talent, could be proximity to existing customers, existing suppliers, but also, the financial case and how profitable they can be over the duration of their time in the community is also important to them as well. So, approving a tool like an IDD on a property shows that the municipality is at least, as some would say, quote unquote, open for business or willing to take applications for an abatement. And then additionally, I would say that having industrial sites and industrial buildings that are ready to go, even for our existing industries to expand, is very important. You think about a major employer locally who's ready to grow. Maybe they got a really exciting purchase order from a customer and they need to, they need more space and more equipment now to be able to meet that demand. If there's not a space ready that's viable locally, from a site readiness perspective and from a tools perspective, right, they have every reason to look outside of the community. And slowly over time, right, maybe it's a logistics facility, one time, maybe it's a production facility, the next time, a slow bleed of a major employer out of a community can eventually, lead to the risk of a major employer exiting completely, which would be a major blow to any region or local economy. So we view it mostly as a retention tool in that manner to stay ready, to stay competitive, to stay proactive in that, but also as an attraction tool for new industry that fits as well. This slide is intentionally pretty blank. This just touches on what the actual IDD step is. Right, there are several steps in actually approving a tax abatement, right? It starts with the IDD to allow the applications on parcels that you want to see applications on, and then there's another application to the township that gives much more detail into any potential project before anything is approved or denied. And then lastly, the State Tax Commission gives final approval to make sure everything's in compliance with Public Act 198. So this slide is just to say, hey, there's a lot of steps in the process. The step that you're looking at tonight is just the initial step. Again, the one that allows even for the applications to be submitted. And then lastly, before I take any questions that you have, I just wanted to let those who are unfamiliar with the tool or maybe haven't seen it used elsewhere, this tool is not new. This tool is used very successfully all over Kalamazoo County or all over the state of Michigan. You can look at the years that, even Oshtemo Charter Township has used it recently, and beyond in your neighbors. It's a tool that we've seen used very successfully and has had very good outcomes. So that is all the slides I had prepared. Again, just wanted to go over at a high level and give that information, but would be happy to take any questions or participate in any working session conversation.
Thank you. Do you have any board questions?
I have a question. So historically, particularly I guess in the surrounding jurisdictions and obviously here too, but what the up to 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a negotiation, right, between the governing body that's accepting it and the person coming in, right? So what do you see as far as is there generally negotiation on the 12-year portion, or does it just getting accepted?
Yeah, different local municipalities handle it differently. So I would say some municipalities have a track record of, most all their abatements being 12 years. Some townships have a very clear policy and procedure where X amount of investment plus X amount of jobs equals X amount of years, right? There's a very defined process in place. And then other municipalities, it is a little bit more of a negotiation that can take place.
Probably depending on what they're proposing to do and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And then as far as can you go back a couple slides to, one more, yeah. So the abatement only applies to eligible mills. So we talked about the police and fire SADs, but so as far as the money that goes to like schools, let's say, is that included? How does that? Can you explain how that works?
Mm-hmm. So the state education tax is kept full through that, and then the special assessments are not abated. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but the school, the rest of the mills are eligible for the abatement.
Actually, that's correct.
Yeah.
So the schools would continue, for example, to get the 10,000 or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they would be kept whole. Yeah, they would be kept whole in the existing, and then like the other taxing entities would receive half of the eligible tax revenue.
Okay, so they still get half of the
Additional. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That they were getting before. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to clarify that. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just wanted one clarifying question. So if I think I understand it, but because I think this works like our DDA and soda captures too, right? Isn't it pretty similar?
You mean as far as coming in?
Uh-huh.
Then they're divided up among the
Yeah.
units. In that context, yes, they're similar.
Okay.
In that you bring in the 50% and then it's split proportionally in relationship to what each unit taxes.
Okay. So if the taxable value generates $100,000 worth of taxes, let's say, then in 2026, then the capture begins after the increase in value in 2027 and beyond.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. I think that's an important distinction.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I know, Jim Porter has a memo written later in the agenda packet as well, further explaining some of this. So, thank you all for your time, and let me know if there are any other questions. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Macy Walters from the Kalamazoo County Brownfield office, the Redevelopment Authority, to do a presentation on Act 381, taxing increment financing brownfield housing TIFs.
Yeah, that was good. Thank you. Great introduction. Thanks for having me. Many of you have seen me a couple times before, but Supervisor Bell asked me to go ahead and come before you today. That way we can provide a little bit of an educational 101 for the public as well. It's been a minute since you guys have seen a Brownfield plan come forward, and this one is a housing plan. So specifically, I'd like to talk to you guys about using Brownfield as an economic development tool for the township if you choose to use it. So that is my role here today, is just to present how we can be a resource to you as you look at economic development projects moving forward. Okay, I can't pass up an opportunity to say who we are. We're the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. This board also serves as the Economic Development Corporation of the County of Kalamazoo. They're a 9-member board appointed by the County Board of Commissioners. It's a very professional board. All of them have backgrounds in either environmental science, geology, construction management. We have attorneys, we have bankers, brokers, and of course economic development professionals as well, and some landscape architects. So a lot of different people, a lot of stakeholders in our community who have an economic development background or niche experience. So Act 381 has been around since 1996, this public act, but only recently has it started to allow housing as an eligible type of development to be under the statute. So I went ahead and put everything in there for you guys to see for now, just to see how, in total, the full statute really does target investment, raise property values, more jobs, recovery of tax base, environmental cleanup, historical preservation, increase in housing stock, that's our new one, and then becoming a tool to incentivize redevelopment. So what we're going to get into today is the housing properties that are eligible. So the term for one or more units of residential housing, I feel like that's kind of a dangerous definition of what could be eligible, right? One home eligible for reimbursement. Really what it comes down to is, and we're going to get into this, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is this going to be a large enough housing project to warrant a tax reimbursement to the developer? And we'll get into that, and it's up to you to decide if that's the community benefit that you feel like is right for your community. So Brownfield plans, housing TIF plans capture county, state, and local dollars. We do not capture debt or special assessment millages. And unlike DDAs or other taxing authorities, you cannot opt out of a county or of a Brownfield plan or housing plan for that matter. So, the libraries can't opt out the way they could in a DDA, but I will say that the schools, even though the state education tax and school operating taxes are captured, the schools are made whole, so their per pupil funding is not impacted. If you guys are ever curious about which subsection of the statute does define that, I'd be happy to send that to you. That is a question that does come up often in my presentations. So happy to share how that process is for you guys at a later time.
You say that the school funding is reimbursed. Does that include school millages?
So we don't take any debt millages, so it's just the school operating. So whatever your operating millage would be, or if there's any type of, special assessment or anything that goes on, that we only do the operating and state education tax. And it's the half of what we capture in state education tax goes back to the state for them to be able to make everybody whole. So again, it's a little bit of a process, nothing that we have to do or you guys have to do, but would be happy to let you know how that operates if you're ever curious. Okay. So the benefits of housing TIF plans, again, this is to help kind of cost share the infrastructure piece. The cost to build housing and the cost for infrastructure is higher than what we have seen in the last 20 years, and so housing TIF is, in my opinion, a creative way to help fund public and private infrastructure where the burden is shared across state, local, and county taxes. Okay, so there's many different ways to receive brownfield funding. Besides just housing TIF or just tax increment financing plans in general, we receive funding from in all sorts of different ways. If you're ever curious and would like to engage the state for a loan or grant opportunity for an economic development project, that is something we could administer on your behalf as well. Just another tool that the Brownfield Authority can use. And we also receive federal funding as well, and so if you ever wanted to apply for some of that for an economic development project, you may be eligible. I'm going to focus on this graphic, though, on the next slide here. So this graphic here shows the tax increment financing portion of these economic development projects, and I just wanted to highlight this to show kind of what we're going to be talking about today. So the blue area is the base tax on a property before it's been redeveloped. That's your property taxes that you're receiving today, that you have been receiving. The red area is going to be the property tax increase over the length of the Brownfield plan. Traditionally, they're about 30 years. They can be negotiated shorter depending on what you feel like your community needs. But that red value, the idea is that the taxable values will go up over time. And so as that value increases, it's that incremental value that we capture taxes on, and that's what we have to work with to reimburse developers. So if they do not raise the property taxes high enough, that's where the juice is worth the squeeze, that's what I mean from earlier. If the taxable value is not increased enough for it to be worth putting a financing plan in place, if there's not enough revenue to capture and reimburse the developer, that's kind of that's what we find out in the Brownfield plan process. You know, one housing unit is not going to get you enough increment to reimburse somebody for $3 million in infrastructure. So this graphic just shows you that we will reimburse the developers for their eligible costs within the plan, and then the last 5 years of that plan gets captured into the local Brownfield revolving fund. That's the LBRF acronym right there. And that's per state statute. That fund is a countywide fund that is used to support all sorts of economic development projects. We are bound by statute. We can only spend money on eligible activities. So again, we'd be happy to sit down with you if you have a huge project coming up besides the one I'll be presenting on later today. And we can kind of talk about what your community benefit is and if it's worth using tax increment financing for that as well. Okay, so housing TIF need. In order to use housing TIF, you need to demonstrate that there is a local need in your community. So the County of Kalamazoo is involved in a regional local housing plan. So just by being located in the county and in our region, Oshtemo Township already qualifies as being able to have housing TIF, and you do have the county brownfield administrator who's able to administer these on your behalf. Really, you guys, there's not a lot of proof that we have to do because all of these local housing goals have already kind of been met regionally. But of course, when you consider a brownfield housing TIF plan, you want to look at your own housing goals and your own local future land use plans and see how that one project fits in that one geographic spot. And every single time you look at a housing TIF plan, really think of it case by case. Look at exactly where you want to put it and see how it fits your housing goals. And then see how that added density might affect that area too. Because depending on the size of the project, you might feel like it fits one local need in one area, but maybe not in the other area of the township. Okay, so the housing TIF ladder. I just want to explain this a little bit here. When we create housing TIF plans, our goal is workforce housing. And that is housing that is built at market rate, but sold to households that make less than 120% of the area median income. And when developers build homes at market rate and sell them at a reduced cost, then that gap that they could have sold the home for is what they're eligible to get reimbursed for. So the idea is it creates an incentive to create more affordable and attainable housing in your community that is paid for by your local tax dollars reimbursing the developer. So in the middle here, you'll see kind of like the circle of the housing ladder. I just like this visual because it shows how as people move from one home to another, it opens up where they are. So in theory, if somebody has been waiting to move into a little bit of a larger home, once these workforce housing units are built, if they're eligible, they can move into that home, which frees up where they may have been. Or if you get somebody looking to downsize, then they can sell their home and move into one of those other homes that has just been freed up. And that's just kind of that ladder effect, how people in your community can move around from home to home and kind of reassess their own housing needs once you create more housing, you create a little bit more of an attainable housing ladder in your community.
Can I ask a question on
Sure,
that? Sorry, before
yeah.
we get too far, because it was already in my head. And maybe you would answer it, so I apologize. But did you say that the starter homes, for example, there are requirements that you have to be at a certain income level in order to, so it would go to people that actually need it versus somebody saying, oh, I'm looking to downsize, I can afford a bigger home, but I'm going to get this one because it's cheaper, I think.
Right, so downsizing, and when I was talking about the downsizing piece, I was thinking of somebody who might, or homes of people who may be retirees where they're empty nesters, and they personally are looking to move into a smaller home. So when I was talking about that ladder, my idea was just saying maybe somebody who can't afford a big home, has been waiting to move, but now that big home is built, but it's only being sold to an income qualified household, and they're that. Now they get to move there because they've been waiting for the chance to move into an affordable home. But the cost to build is making everything too expensive and to sell it just at market rate all the time. Did that answer your question?
$100,000 a year, and I said, I want.
Yes, if you qualify, yes, if you qualify, yes.
Qualify.
Yes, exactly, yes.
And I would probably be told you make too much money type thing.
Maybe, yes. So in order to get into these workforce homes, you do have to be at 120% AMI or less, and there is income monitoring that does happen at the time of purchase or at the time of lease. However, the developer is issuing those affordable units. We've been seeing a lot of for lease because the for sale homes with that principal residency exemption, we've been finding don't have as much tax revenue to capture. So we have been seeing a lot more leasing agreements for the affordable, the income qualified households instead of for sale, just because that gap is so large that we haven't been able to make that up yet.
Okay, and one more question. I've got kids, I'm trying to get them out of the
You're
house.
good.
So let's say that, because I mean, it's true, I mean, right now you can't, a lot of adult children are living at home because they can't afford to live, in an apartment. So you have 2 or 3, let's say, young adults that move into this starter home. Are they then taking into account, I guess, all of their incomes, right?
So it's going to be whoever signs the leasing agreement. So whoever's going to be signing the paperwork. So, if you're a parent who's wanting to purchase a home and let your kids move in, if you're going to be a parent renting to your kid, however that's negotiated, obviously that has to kind of be handled on the local level. If somebody's buying a home and wants a bunch of college students to rent it, right? That's got to be handled on the local level. That's not the intention of these homes. And when income monitoring happens, it has to be either at the time of closing, when the home's being sold, or when the lease is being signed. So whoever's on that lease is the one whose income is being monitored and submitted to us in the state. Hopefully that answered your question. Okay, so yeah, the intent here is just to create more homes. The cost to build is higher than it has been in the past. The infrastructure costs are hard. There's negotiations from public and private on infrastructure, who's going to pay for that. This is a way to get more housing at a very fast rate, hoping to create more attainable housing for everybody else as we get more units in place. The housing continuum, I did not make this graphic. This is one that's in the regional housing study. I just like to show this for the public to see the different types of homes on the housing continuum. And so when I talk about the housing ladder there, I just like to remind everybody that, the continuum goes from houseless to, a market rate home, right? And so take a look at that continuum and just remind yourself that when you're thinking about affordable homes or, housing, being home burdened, we are all just 1 or 2 steps away from falling somewhere else on the housing continuum. One large medical bill or one job loss, something like that could make you move along that housing continuum. And so when it comes to housing TIP and Brownfield, where we can kind of get in is more of that affordable rental piece and beyond. Once we can start creating more units and allowing a resource for communities to have affordable income qualified units, then we can start talking about that affordable rentals and then getting into affordable for sale homes. That's the side of the continuum that we're going to be talking about today with housing TIP. We are seeing multifamily, but we haven't seen much community housing or transitional housing come through with housing TIP yet. Okay, I'm not going to go through this whole graphic either, but I just wanted to say that housing TIP is just a strategy. It is one tool. It is not going to be the red cape that comes in and saves the day on the housing shortage in general. And so you can see all of these strategies here, right? All of these strategies are different ideas. Tax increment financing is one of the purple ones, and it stretches the whole scope. So it is just a tool that we can use to layer in to one of the strategies to help get affordable housing. We have not seen housing TIF work for anything below 80% AMI yet. So between 80% and 120 AMI seems to be the sweet spot. And what we hear from local leaders is they want 60% AMI or less. And so housing TIF is not going to be what gets us there fully. So when we think about housing strategies, think of housing TIF as one, and we need to layer our resources to help get these cost burdens down and to increase the housing units. Okay, so here's where we get into how I want the township to think about your role. Evaluating your local community benefit. This is what I mean by case. Every project that comes to you, it's your role to decide if it's a benefit for your community and if you want to use your local tax dollars to subsidize or incentivize this development. So look at your local housing goals, your future land use plans. Take a look at your current housing stock, look at the age, look at your census data, see who's living there. Think about who you want to attract to your area. Are you trying to attract certain census tracts? And then also your ability to absorb homes into the market. Do you think your area needs more homes? Do you think they're going to sell quickly? Also infrastructure. When you're looking at a TIF plan, look around that area. Look at your own public infrastructure needs. Is there a piece of infrastructure that services that development that you will have to pay for that you would like to get reimbursed for? We can roll that into these brownfield plans. And so, for example, I'll be presenting a plan later this evening where you are written into the brownfield plan. The non-motorized walking path can count as infrastructure that services the development. So using housing TIF as a creative tool to help you guys get reimbursed for public infrastructure as well, I think is very important to keep an eye on and keep an open mind around the development. It also doesn't have to be, the connecting an existing piece of infrastructure. You can think about other things that you might want and ask questions, and if we feel like it's allowable by statute and if it services the development, we can certainly try to build this into the plans for you guys so that it can be an economic development tool for the township as well. Excuse me. Density. Think about where the development's going. Is this infill? Is this reducing urban sprawl? The traditional Brownfield statute loves to reduce urban sprawl. So if we see infill housing development, that feels like a win because we're not making the cities larger and taking up farm fields or forests, things like that. So again, case by case. And then is this on vacant land? Consider whether there's infrastructure there already. If there's not, there's probably going to be significant infrastructure costs to help get that vacant land ready for this housing development. Okay, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Why do we need to incentivize housing developments? I've got a lot on this slide, but I just wanted you guys to take some time to have this information and look at it when it's convenient to you and for you to refer back to. So take a look at your community. Are your residents home burdened? Are they paying 30 to 50% of their salaries towards their housing costs? I talked about age. A lot of the housing stock in our area are 1970s-ish. That's considered aging housing stock and most likely needs some significant updating at this point in time. Take a look at your area median income. Can your community afford market rate homes? Do they need to have attainable housing? Do you need income qualified households, more units available in your community? And then let's talk about why is this beneficial? Well, when you talk about housing TIF and you reimburse developers for their costs of construction, this does allow builders to come in and spend that patient money. It incentivizes the development to happen where a builder can come in and build, say, 100 homes in 2 years, and they can afford to wait 25 years to get reimbursed for some of the infrastructure costs. So that's something that you can think of is when these large developers are coming to you, this is an economic development tool for you to incentivize them coming and putting that private investment in your area, and then they're the ones paying for all the infrastructure up front, unless you negotiate something different, but then they wait 25 years to get reimbursed. So you don't always find somebody who's willing to wait that long to see a return on their investment, at least from that piece. And also it's more profitable to build larger homes and to build greater density. No matter what, you have to put the infrastructure in. So if you're going to build 20 homes, it's probably going to be more economical for the developer to build 50 if they can fit 50 in there, because they're still going to have to put all the same hookups and infrastructure in that area as well. And then, of course, like I said earlier, it reduces the burden, the cost share of public and private infrastructure. Oftentimes in the past, development projects have stalled over the negotiation of who pays for the public portion of infrastructure. And so with this statute, it does help weed that out, where the developers often pay for it right up front because they are incentivized to do so, because they'll get reimbursed over the next 25 years. So food for thought when you look at these projects that come before you. Housing incentives on the map. I want to remind everybody that this isn't the first housing incentive that has come across to communities. There's the Commercial Rehabilitation Act, Neighborhood Enterprise Zones, the OPRA districts as well, and charitable nonprofit housing exemption. So resources for communities related to housing affordability and housing tools have always been there. So this is just another tool for you guys to put in your toolkit for when you choose to use it, if you believe it's a good community benefit. So eligible activities, all of your traditional brownfield eligible activities are covered with environmental, demolition, pretty much all of your traditional statutes, but now when it comes to housing TIF, it's a little bit different because you get that private infrastructure piece as well as that gap in selling to an income qualified household. Because the developers are selling at a loss when they build for market rate and sell to a qualified household. So they're able to claim that financing gap as an eligible expense. Again, income monitoring has to be done, and all of these invoices go through third-party review to verify that everything is eligible. But that is the idea. That is how we're able to finance these cheaper homes built at market rate, because we can reimburse those developers. Housing TIF in action. There's a lot on this slide, but I wanted you to understand what we've seen and what we've seen working so far. And so it's 2023 is when this act was amended, so relatively new, but we've seen a lot of housing plans come forward, and we've seen some do really well, and we've seen some kind of stall with state approvals. And so this slide is intended to just give you a brief idea of what has been working and what maybe hasn't been working so well. It's that patient money. Do you have a developer who can wait 25 years to get reimbursed? We've been seeing the rentals, the 4 lease agreements working out as far as the pro formas go. The math on paper has been working from the development side to do more for lease than for sale because of that principal residency exemption. There's just not as much, there's not enough taxes to capture from one single family home that has that PRE exemption. So they're finding that if they rent these homes, if the developer maintains ownership, pays property taxes, and has the homes rented, then they are able to get the project pro forma to work because they can still get that reimbursement for that financing gap because there's enough TIF revenue to work with. But if they're all for sale, it cuts the amount of TIF that we have to work with. Mixed use. So we've been seeing those be successful where you get a little bit of commercial space in there, or retail, or residential. That way you're not, you don't have a sole source of only residentials that's bringing in the TIF. If you have a little bit of a commercial space that's eligible in the development, that helps generate some additional tax revenue to reimburse those eligible costs. Also, I've been seeing communities like Oshtemo Township who have adopted their own housing TIF policies. Those are what I feel like are successful discussions that I see. Communities have already thought about their master plans and their local housing goals as well. I know this community has already done that, so I don't have to say much to you guys about getting that going, but consider that. And then what is one of the biggest challenges I've seen is negotiating that community benefits piece. I think oftentimes municipalities don't realize that it is a little bit of a negotiation. Granted, you're going to run into developers telling you why something won't work as far as, the pro forma, and that's okay. But I want you guys to ask the questions and talk about what you want and try to be the voice so that as you work, it's like pulling a lever on some of these plans. You pull one thing here, we might not have enough revenue here, but in any case, what I'm trying to say is it's a negotiation. And so if you have a long time to get these conversations started, these projects go to the planning commission well before they come to you guys. And so there's a lot of opportunity to help figure out that community benefit piece. And so I'm always happy to have you guys sort that out. And then 20% of the total development, if it's going to pursue state taxes, needs to be income qualifying. And so we've seen some creative ways for developers to do that, but overall, the county Board of Commissioners passed a housing TIF policy where they want to see at least 10% across the board of the whole development. So 20% from the state, so if you're already doing the county, and you're able to negotiate another 10% on there, if you're looking for state approval, you definitely have to get that 20% of the development in there. Okay, I'm getting to the end here. I know everybody's eyes might be glazing over on me by now. I appreciate it. So basically, how do you approve a brownfield plan? Talk to me. I'm not going to go through this whole slide because I think everybody's probably sick of hearing from me by now. But basically, if it's local only, you don't have to go to Michigan and get state approval, but you're only going to have those local dollars. And maybe those for sale housing TIF projects, that's fine. It might not matter because you're not going to get much state taxes anyway. But really, when the state taxes come in, that's when you're going to have your larger reimbursement. So I recommend if you can get a state plan, you try to go for it. That way we can use as much revenue from the state as possible, and it helps alleviate that shared tax burden on that infrastructure cost that we talked about earlier. Frequently asked questions. You guys have a Brownfield administrator who does all of the annual reporting. So that is me. I'm the one who handles that with the state. I also work with the local unit of government's treasurer to talk about taxing estimates annually, so I never send an invoice. It's always a conversation. It is, I think we're supposed to capture this year. Do your records say this is what we're supposed to capture this year? And then we move forward. So it's not a bill, it's a conversation, making sure the developers have done what they said they were going to do and that there's enough tax increment there for us to work with, and then we will move forward with processing those reimbursements. And then how are the reimbursements themselves administered? The Brownfield Authority does the reimbursements as well. All of the tax revenue is held in county treasury, and after third-party review has gone through the developer's invoices, the Brownfield Authority has their third-party consultant recommend how much is eligible, and then with whatever TIF we have available each year, that's what we use as an annual payment. So they get paid off incrementally throughout 30 years as revenue becomes available. But basically, if the township wants a brownfield plan, you guys go through the motions of adopting a resolution in support if you want that, but then when it comes to housekeeping, that pretty much falls all on us over at the county, and I will just work with your local treasurer and handle all of the annual reporting. So you don't really see much happen after today, to be honest with you. So always open to answering questions. And if you have a question, there's my contact information there for you. I know I threw a lot at you today. Hopefully the public was able to digest a little bit of that too. Biggest advice to you guys is a tool if you choose to use it. So case by case, and I'm happy to present on your behalf to the commission whenever you find a project that you want me to bring forward to them. I'm happy to do so.
Thank you, Macy. Any questions from the board for Macy on this presentation? Just want to, oh yeah, go ahead, Macy.
Thinking back to the IUD that we were talking about earlier, there's a requirement that they can't start a project or start construction before applying for. Is there a similar restriction for the brownfield?
Yes, so two different things. For traditional brownfield, not housing related, we don't really consider much of a look back period. You need to get your plan approved, and then from then on, your activities are eligible. But with housing TIF, there actually is a little bit of a look back period. And so developers can get started at their own risk of not having the plans get approved. So, we're still looking at statute, the state, this is very new. So the state's always coming out with new updates, right? And so for us right now, there is no look back deadline. There's not like a 5-year cutoff that I'm aware of. And so because these housing TIF plans have been coming up very rapidly, I've been seeing what I've been seeing in our area is a plan will get approved and then maybe construction won't start until another 6 months. Or in some of them, they've already started site prep like 3 months ago and they're waiting for their final approvals. So they can start. It's just at the risk of you guys not approving something, and then that's their loss if they choose not to move forward on site.
Do you have a follow-up, Dusty?
No, I don't think.
Any other questions for me, C?
Yeah, I have a
Trustee
couple.
Sikora?
I have a couple. You mentioned that these are for single-family homes. So an apartment complex would not be considered?
They do qualify. I probably just wasn't clear enough on that. What I have been seeing is mostly single-family home large, but I've also seen a few mixed uses, and we will continue to see multifamily housing developments as well.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood that. And then you said that there's some developers are leasing them to people, but they maintain the ownership.
Right.
I thought the personal residence exemption was I always thought it was a big thing when I was on board of review. People wanted to come in and we sometimes made sure they get that. So the developer doesn't get it? I mean, the person who's leasing it doesn't get it, the PRD, right?
Yeah, so the developer themselves owns the property and pays taxes on it. So the LLC, whichever company physically owns it, because it's not their primary, or they're the ones paying taxes. So we're not taking the rental income. The properties, the owner, whoever owns that property, is still paying all of their full taxes on it. They're just leasing it out to the homeowner. So that's why we're able to still capture that state taxes, because the leasing agent isn't the principal. They don't have the residency exemption of having that be their primary residence.
Right, and that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
If it's not your residence, if you're leasing it to somebody else, so how can you?
Yeah, so we do get it. Yeah, it's just the title companies, or not the title companies, but the LLC. Like we see Allen Edwin will do an LLC to help manage their rentals, and so the company, like the property taxes are being paid because the owner is paying, they don't live there. And so when it comes to that rental income, that's why we can still count the gap. That financing gap still counts as an eligible activity though, because that is still showing the income monitoring that somebody is living there that's income qualified. So it is still going to somebody who is eligible. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. And I just wanted to follow up on something that Trustee Cole was asking. So let's say you have 3 kids and you want them to lease one of these places or buy a home, and they're not making very much income, don't have very much income, which is why they're living at home. And then you said you had to list everybody's income to see if they qualify. Could you have like 3 people or 2 people on this purchase?
You'd have to.
And as long as their income is still low enough?
So of course, at a local level, you want to consider, what your rental agreements are. Do you guys allow short-term rentals to college students, things like that, right? But when it comes to income monitoring itself, what we're requiring is that lease agreement and the mortgage document when it's sold. So really, it's whoever's name is getting filed. So if a parent wants to, if a parent has a qualifying income and they want to purchase a home or rent a home, whatever, then they can. It's just whoever it is who's on that legal document, they have to have the qualifying income. So we're not going to drive by and see if one person rented the house but 4 people are living there. We're not going to, the developer's not going to do that either, right? So from a local level, if you guys have local ordinances that don't allow, I figured you do. That's why I was trying to hint at that a little bit, So I don't think you guys allow that. But basically where we come in is just the income monitoring piece. Who is legally being tied to these properties? And we have to make sure that if the developer wants to get reimbursed, then they have to prove to us that whoever's living in those homes through the income monitoring is eligible. And so that is handled through that third-party review. So like I said, it's leasing agreements that we're seeing more of now. But that does go through the third-party review. And so we've seen one income monitoring document so far, and it seemed good. But like I said, I'm not going to drive by someone's house and take a look and see who's sitting in there. But the theory is whoever's signing the lease or buying the property has to be eligible.
Is there a limit to how many of these you can have? It was started to encourage workforce housing in the state, and I saw one of your slides had a graphic of 86,000 or something like that towards some total number of 100-something thousand. Is it like when it gets to that, the law goes away, or it's not?
It's not built that way, it's not structured that way, but certainly, this is a tool, and you don't want to overuse a tool, right? So it is up to the local communities to take a look at their housing goals or local goals and see if your community can afford the taxes going back to that developer for this time, and eventually there will be so many new homes that the market's going to be saturated that maybe the tool's no longer needed, right? But right now, there's not a limit. And there's a statewide housing shortage, and so it's coming down from the state, and the state's sending out notices to developers or people in the development realm. And so they're the ones going out and looking for the incentives too. So it's up to you to decide if you want that incentive in your community and if it feels like a good fit, good use for that tool. But I'm always one to say, you don't want to overwork a tool. So case by case. I'm the Brownfield administrator, so I love to see Brownfield plans come through, but it is the local community's decision.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions for Macy? I just want to remind the board, a lot of this might sound familiar because we passed a Brownfield policy in 2025. So thank you for coming back on behalf of the board, again, for the refresher and the community. I was curious, when did the county pass their housing TIF?
I think it was last fall. I don't remember the exact date, but it's very recent.
Okay. I just want to compare theirs to ours.
Yeah, I can send you a copy of that too.
Oh, that would be great. That would be totally great. And then just as, I think I saw it on a credible news source, maybe Sunday morning news, that the average home buyer is 40 years or older in the United States, which is a stunner. And are we still seeing that millennials and Gen Zs are more interested in renting than owning? Is that a trend? I mean, I feel like I've heard that, but...
So I have heard it, but I can't back it up with any specific data that I have myself. But I will admit I have heard that, that as far as the housing continuum goes, not to forget that people do want to just genuinely rent. People talk about wanting to get people out of the renting and be able to have security through homeownership, but not every person feels like that's the same value.
Well, if you can't buy a home at 25,
right,
then, what options do you have?
Right, exactly. So, yeah, so personally, I don't have the data, but I'd be happy to share any updates with the regional housing plan or anything that we receive. I'm not sure, you guys probably get those updates as well too, but I'd be curious to see locally what
the trends are.
Yeah.
And then as a reminder to the board that Oshtemo did its own housing plan in 2023, and our plan indicated that Oshtemo needs roughly 750 units, housing units of different styles by 2030. Just want to remind you all, it's 2026, so time flies. So anyway, all right, thank you, Macy.
Do you know how many of those we've already met? I know we're over half.
I can't, we can ask,
Later?
yeah, why don't we ask when the presentation is created? So, we can always beat a goal,
Still 770 left.
No, we've made some progress. I don't think it's half though, but I'd be interested to get the updated information. There might be stuff in the pipeline that may be projects, but haven't been approved projects yet. Okay, it is 6:28. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open it up for our next item. Thank you, both of our presenters, for being here and sharing your information. I appreciate it. And we're going to go ahead and move to item 9, which is public comment on consent agenda or non-regular session items. So if you're here to speak on behalf of an item that is in the consent agenda or not part of the regular session, now would be your time to come to the podium. You have 4 minutes. And if you please introduce yourself, that would be great.
My name is Yvonne Haystack from South 2nd Street in Oshtemo.
The land that I now live on is where I grew up as a child. My parents had about 50 acres of asparagus that they farmed on this road. About a mile west on Van Cal is where my grandparents raised asparagus on their 100 acres. They owned and farmed the area that is now the proposed battery storage system site. The asparagus did well because the area is very sandy. Good for asparagus, very bad for the groundwater if something goes bad with the battery storage units. Because of our wonderful neighbors who studied and researched and put so much time into learning about the battery storage stuff, I've learned that the sandy soil is one of the worst soils possible if and when a fire occurs at the storage site. No filters in the soil, contaminants straight into the ground, into my well, into my water. Katie Schneider and her team have given the boards a lot of information on why the Van Cal site is not where the storage system should be. They have dozens of safeguards that they have recommended to be put into the ordinance. They have found environmental as well as legal issues as to why this area should not be considered for battery storage space. And of course, there's the obvious reasons that we can all see. It doesn't belong in a residential and farming area, and Oshtemo does not want it. We are Oshtemo, and you're here to represent us. Now, we have to trust you. It's time for us to trust our board and our committees. You have the information to why this is not a good idea. You know your people don't want it. So I'm going to trust you to represent me. Please don't make it hard for us. Make it impossible for them. That's number one. Number two, when I was listening to the gentleman did a great job talk about the tax relief thing, all I could think of is give me 10% for 10 years on my property and I'd be happy. You know, they're businesses. They make profits. They're going to come in here regardless. That is way too much. You have residents who are taxed very high compared to our neighboring areas. My taxes are more than my house payment. No. And just a third thing, and I say this out of respect for the boards and the committees that we have here. If you don't live in Oshtemo, you don't belong on a board or committee that's making decisions about my life.
Thank you, Yvonne. Do we have anyone else wishing to make public comment at this time? Hi, Mr. Neuenhuis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to come and speak in front of you. My name is John Neuenhuis, and I live at 3235 South 6th Street between ML Avenue and Stadium Drive. I spoke before this board on May 27th, 2026, reference for smoke from the burning of commercial industrials. Since I was last in front of you, the conditions have changed for the worse. I will use the last 6 days as an example. There have been large columns of smoke emitting a tense haze like a thick fog. As a matter of fact, on 8/4 of 26, I could not see most of my truck that was sitting in my driveway. It was covered. I did call 911 because I did not know what was burning. And my truck was roughly 50 feet away from my house. The Canadian fires that triggered health alerts for people to stay inside has no comparison to the constant smell and smoke and ashes that fall so thick it can look like a snowstorm. These ashes cover my vehicles, not to mention you breathe these ashes in. And if you have any fans or air conditioning, they could have a tendency to bring these ashes into your home. People without air conditioning have no choice but to close their windows during the day and hope only to open their windows at night, allowing the cool, fresh air in, trying to lower the hot temperatures from inside their house. The smoke seems heavier at night, and there could be a reason for this. More things can be burned at night. It can be happened because they be hidden in this darkness. You can't see the smoke, and there's less people around that you can call and complain to at night. I understand that there is a committee formed to address industrial and commercial burning in Oshtemo. I'd like to know when this committee is meeting and if citizens can sit on this board. The companies on 6th Street between ML Avenue and Stadium Drive are continuously hauling truckloads of stumps, construction materials in from all their other sites, from all over the other counties and from local areas, and they're bringing them into Oshtemo and being burned in the Oshtemo sites. I am asking the board to please stop the commercial industrial burning in Oshtemo. There are people that have CPAP machines that need to breathe at night. These are not for snoring. These people can stop breathing. I am one of them. Without a CPAP, I stop breathing at night. The compressed air keeps me going. And when you have this air quality that is very hazardous and smoke, you're compressing the smoke into my lungs and into my body. And it is not good. And there are several people on 6th Street that also wear CPAP machines. So please stop the burning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neuenhuis. Next, if you could introduce yourself to us, please. Oh, hold on just a second, my bad. I got to start the, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Is Caleb Langley. I live on Almena Drive. I'm speaking today against the Clark Logic Industrial Development District, not because I'm anti-development, but because this proposal asks Oshtemo residents to assume financial risks that a profitable developer should absorb themselves. Corporations are not people. They don't care about Oshtemo. They care about profit. And I mean, that's not evil. It's how they're designed. That's what companies should do. But it means that we can't treat them like neighbors, and they don't have our shared interests. We have to protect our community's interests separately. Clark Logic is a corporation posting significant annual profit. Last year, they made $16 million. They've acquired more than 9 acres of industrial space in this region in just the last 2 years. Battle Creek, Portage, Texas Township, all developed without asking Oshtemo for help. The representative here today told us that these taxes from businesses make communities better, and I agree completely. So the question is, why is this different? If taxes from businesses make communities better, then why are we being asked to waive them? The only honest answer is this deal doesn't work at market rates. If it did, they wouldn't be asking us to subsidize it. Clark Logic's profit matters to Clark Logic's shareholders. Our tax base matters to our community. These are the interests that we're supposed to protect. We heard that this is an incentive to attract business in just an initial step. But notice what's missing from that presentation: actual numbers. There's no dollar amount, no specifics, no timeline, just talking points about why it's good. When you can't or won't quantify a cost, it's because the number would change the conversation. He said that the tax doesn't matter, that there's just a small portion of it that would be abated. And if it truly doesn't matter, then let's not approve it. The fact is that they're requesting it while claiming it doesn't matter tells you that it does absolutely matter to them. I also need to name something directly. The CEO of Clark Logic, Jamie Clark, sits on the board of directors of Southwest Michigan First, the organization presenting this proposal to you. That is not a conspiracy, it's just being transparent. But that means that the same person who is deciding what projects to promote to the township, requesting tax abatement for his own company, and is presenting the case to you why you should grant it. And that's a board member asking the township to subsidize his own business while his organization lobbies on his behalf. And that conflict of interest doesn't sit right with me. Clark Logic is requesting tax abatement without a signed tenant, which is just a blank check. We've talked about how we could lose tax revenue for up to 12 years with no guarantee who will occupy this facility. They talked about having space ready on standby for businesses, and that's just speculative development. We're committing to a tax loss for a facility that might not have tenants. I come from a place where they threw up all kinds of warehouses all over the place, and they sat empty for years and years and years and years. And businesses close, tenants relocate, and when that happens, our tax loss doesn't end, it continues. Meanwhile, our community receives less money to operate. Clark Logic doesn't really care if our community struggles. They're not here to care, they're here to maximize on their return. And that's fine, that's business, but it means that we have to care. We have to be the ones to say no to deals that hurt our community so a corporation can reduce its risk. If we approve this IDD without a signed tenant, we're sending a signal that speculative development gets tax abatement here. Every project will get the same pitch. We don't have a principled framework to say no. So we need to stop accepting these talking points. We support growth and jobs, but we also support fiscal responsibility. We already pay high taxes. We deserve to know that our money is being spent wisely, not subsidizing developers' land acquisition, not masking a deal that doesn't work at market rates. Vote no on this and demand that they return when they have a different plan or something that works better for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment at this time? Welcome.
My name's Wilma Kustra, and I'm here to talk about quality of life issues, specifically toxic air. I'm sure most everybody here recalls what happened in July with all the Canadian smoke and fire. It was like living in a campground, okay? And people were very happy when it subsided and has been reducing, and who knows, we may be there again shortly. However, there's a group of homeowners on South 6th Street in approximately the 3,000 block that's not too far from Stadium Drive who are still living in these conditions and have been. I got a call Sunday saying, you should see these 3 houses, and I went there. They're engulfed in smoke, here hidden behind mounds of dirt is these huge plumes of smoke. You know, it's ridiculous. There's these business and industries there, and I'm not going to point out any specific one, are transporting by many, many, many truckloads a day of trees, stumps, and building debris. When I was raised up, I was called that was called a landfill, a dump. I just don't know what's happening there. The smoke, the toxins, very, very harmful. The residents who don't have air conditioning are sweltering. One senior female lady's house is filling with smoke so much, and she uses a CPAP. She is wearing her CPAP mask during the day to try to filter out the smoke. I spoke with a pulmonologist about that last week. It is very ineffective, and what happens is the smoke is being forced by the PSI pressure into this woman's lungs. So she's already compromised, and the air is adding to it. In Oshtemo, you know, it's a great community, and you think of being out in the country. You don't want to do the EPA recommendations that you stay indoors, you shut your windows and doors, use high energy filtration, you wear a mask when you go outside. This is not why people live here. When trees burn, they promote chemicals. And so when you walk out in the morning and take a big breath of air, you don't want to think, well, gosh, I just breathed in carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, nitrogen oxide, PM 2.5 articles. If poison ivy was growing on these trees or in that area, poison oak, or what the decades of chemicals, this is all being forced upon these poor people in this valley. I know I sound frustrated, but I am. And I'm pleading with this board, please, please help these people. Thank you.
I'm Laura Gothey, and I live on M Avenue, and I'm within the 2-mile radius of the potential bus facility. So myself, I feel just totally disgusted, saddened, and stressed about all of this, but which led me today to, I thought, well, I really need to go up there and say something. So today I went through and reread your mission statement, which states, Our mission is to advance the quality of life of all residents through a commitment to responsible growth and value-driven municipal services that promote the relationships among economic vitality, environmental stewardship, and social equity. And then I thought, how are you advancing our quality of life with the best facility? Quality of life is defined as physical health and mental well-being, safety, relationships, and environment, to mention a few. And all of these are affected by a best facility in a negative way. Not only are these 40-foot long 8x8 tractor trailers unsightly, they also come with 24/7 fans blowing and creating a humming noise that penetrates residential homes. But not only is there noise pollution, there's light pollution as well. Of course, lighting is needed at night for safety. This affects not only the residents, but migrating birds. It interrupts wildlife and bats, to name a few. These are just some of the many things that can affect the health of the residents. Safety definitely is the #1 concern, and it's really not a question of a fire when it happens, but of if a fire happens, but when. Best facilities endanger the lives of residents, emergency responders, and can cause long-term contamination of our wells, wetlands, streams, rivers, and soil. Not to mention the death of our livestock and pets. Is it really worth the risk? Commitment was also mentioned in your mission statement. Commitment is dedication, staying accountable to your mission. Are you staying accountable to your mission statement? Are you acting in our interest or a new edge? Are you really listening to us and being transparent in your decisions and how they will affect us? I really don't see how placing a best facility is being a good steward of the environment either. The risks are too great. We all deserve clean air and clean water, which can and will change with a best facility. It has the potential to be a fire hazard, emitting toxic emissions and environmental contamination that will forever change the rural landscape we love so much and brought us here to begin with. Please stand up for your community and say no to BESS. Place this in an industrial zone, not in our rural community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Oh. Oh, let me reset. Go ahead.
I just have to advocate for Mr. Nieuwenhuis and their fellow neighbors. If he came in May already and spoke about this horrendous situation, who on the board took a step forward to try and rectify this? If they come and talk about it, I know you're listening and I know you care, but what has happened since May to make that situation stop? It's in our Oshtemo, it's in our township, and it didn't change since May. They're not breathing. Which one of you is going to be in charge of fixing this or getting a committee or getting somebody to work on it? I know you all care. I know you do. But it has to stop. That can't continue in their livelihood. So somebody raise your hand. Like, I'll be in charge. We gotta stop this. Who can do it? And I agree. Let's not put BESS in to make it any worse for the rest of us. That's not going to make our lives any better. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any last call for public comment? All right, I'm going to close public comment. Before I adjourn, though, I want to give the board members an opportunity. Does anyone have any feedback regarding public comment before we go into a short recess?
I do. I actually want to, it's not really a comment as much as a question. I agree that it sounds like a pretty egregious situation that's occurring, especially if, we have a company that is bringing in stumps and whatnot from other areas to burn all day, all night, whatever the parameters are. I mean, can we get an update on where we are with the burn ordinance and what's going on? Because I know we talked about.
Sure. So the next step is to bring the committee together, which David worked on that, got started on communicating with them. We've gotten some other public comment by email as well. The question on the well, first of all, I don't think I knew how bad the burning was on 6th Street. I guess I need to drive out there and take a look. And so the question is, right now, what's happening is legal in the township on 6th Street. So the changes have to come from the ordinance itself. And so and we absolutely can have public members, and it's not a formal committee. I mean, it's a work group to make recommendations to the board. Certainly would welcome we do have some residents on that committee, actually, but we certainly would welcome more.
Okay, and then a follow-up question with that is, maybe this is a question for Jim. So with this company already being there without restrictions that we may then put in place, right, with our ordinance, how does that work? I mean, could they potentially be grandfathered in, or how can we?
Well, let me start from the beginning. When Mr. Nunheis first came in, I went immediately the next day. I went to Ordinance Enforcement. I asked them to contact the gentleman who's running the landscape business. They do use a forced air burning system that's supposed to burn clean. They also are supposed to get a burn permit every time from the fire department, so we should know the exact days that they actually burn. They're also told they were not to burn at night under any circumstances, that the thing had to be completely out. I'm very frustrated that unfortunately these people are back again. To address your question, it is an approved use at this point in time, and we will have to take a look at whether or not that could be some kind of grandfathered use, but it can't be a nuisance the way it's currently operating. That shouldn't be operated that way. It shouldn't be having that effect on the surrounding community, and we will get to the bottom of it.
Jim, even if it is a permitted use, if it is causing this level of nuisance,
yeah,
can't we enforce within
We
the
have
ordinance that we have
a
today?
nuisance ordinance,
yeah. We have, and we've gone out there, and one of the things that we aren't getting, and I'm not sure why, is we have asked repeatedly the people in the area when there's a problem to call ordinance enforcement. Now, if it's on a Sunday, obviously you can't call ordinance enforcement, or if it's after hours, but you can call the next day. If it's happening at night, we need to know it. If it's happening, it's best if we have an ordinance enforcement officer on site when these things are happening. Obviously, again, on the weekend, we can't necessarily address it, or at night, we can't address it because they're not 24/7.
Okay. So the best recourse for the affected residents would be make the call to the township every single time?
Every single time.
Okay.
One, we can verify whether or not they received the burning permit that they were supposed to from the fire department. We had some complaints on days that they indicated they were not burning at all. So
okay.
I don't know whether there's somebody else in the area, but I anticipate that this is one of the problems, and either they're not operating it properly because they're not supposed to be. Again, they can't be a nuisance like this.
Right. Okay. So we got two lines of pursuit, I guess, to rectify the situation, right? Utilizing the regulations we have now for the nuisance that we are experiencing. And the second part is rewriting the ordinance, changing the ordinance to remove this level of activity from.
Correct.
Okay.
And we need to know what the level of activity is first.
Right.
I mean, it needs to be documented.
Yeah.
So I don't know if obviously we can't have an ordinance officer sit out there 7 days a week.
Well, there's the phone number, but there's also an online form too. So
Right.
if you go to the township website and you look for ordinance enforcement, there's an online form that you can fill out and make a report. I mean, whether it's regarding smoke or anything, barking dogs, generalized blight, and the ordinance enforcement team gets those first thing in the morning and heads out into the community. So, I think definitely more documentation about how much burning. And I'm like super disappointed that they're using that parcel to bring in stuff to burn here at the town. And that clean burn thing, we went through that next door, and
So-
its effectiveness, I think, is,
Well,
I need to
I
learn
shouldn't call
more.
it clean air. It's supposed to be relatively clean in that they
It's high
are supposed
temp
to have a
and
boxed
low
in,
smoke and.
and there's supposed to be virtually no smoke from one of those units. If it's smoking, they're not running it properly. There's something wrong.
So it would be helpful to, I think, at this point, to keep a running document of the dates and times that that you're experiencing it, so that when we do get to the point where we can, make the ordinance, that we can specifically address.
Yeah, we've got to have the
the
people in the area
times.
notify us every time that happens. And there will be, I
But
will
also
address
keep a
what's
log.
going on now with the ordinance enforcement officers tomorrow.
Okay.
So if I could throw in here, we have a nice fire station across the street from where this burning is taking place, I believe. We have people there. We could get a monitor of air quality monitor, which should be relatively cheap. It shouldn't be this difficult. I understand we have to document things in order to do,
We
but,
haven't had any complaints from the fire department that I know of.
from the fire department, yeah,
No.
but we can certainly enlist them
Yes.
to,
Help monitor
keep
the
an eye on
situation.
this, or have maybe the folks call the fire department. Is there a regular line that they could call or
I
something?
think there is a non-emergency
A
line
non-emergency
that you can
line.
call.
And,
It's
if
on
it's
the website.
non-emergency,
It's on
I
the
don't know,
website.
but
Oh.
there has to be simple things that we can do like that, to address this.
Yeah.
To get us the documentation and get the information to fix this and stop it. I mean, breathing is essential to living. I mean, it's like it doesn't get any more essential. So, yeah, let's do something as quickly as possible.
Well, and that's in particular at nighttime when code enforcement's not available, having the fire department document is going to be very important, because
good
if
idea.
you've ever been camping or if you've ever burned, you know that because of the temperature of the air, smoke does not rise as well at night. That's why we have fog in the evening. So it's of critical importance that this be addressed if it's going on at night.
Yeah, the developers.
The other part of that is when it is hot outside, your body needs that temperature at night to cool down. And if you cannot get that, you're putting even more danger and more stress on them. Add to that the CO2 that they're breathing and the particulates, you're causing a cardiovascular stress that is unexcusable.
I'm very frustrated. The developer or the individual that runs this facility was told specifically to make sure that there was nothing burning at night, because there's a natural inversion, and when that takes place, then the smoke comes down and it's worse. So I'm very frustrated that to hear that this is an ongoing issue.
That continues. Okay, any other comments from the board regarding
So, yeah.
what we've heard? Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm just going to throw this in there. We just had a nice discussion here at the board level of possibilities and concerns and everything. I'd like to ask that at our next board meeting, we get a report on what the status is of this.
Sure.
Have we implemented something to start getting information? Have we been able to do some ordinance enforcement or legal action or whatever? I don't want these folks to come out here again and say, well, I came here 3 months ago or 2 months ago, and, maybe we are doing things, but let's publicly say what we're doing at the next meeting, if possible.
Got it. Any other comments about public comment that we heard before we close? All right, it is currently 6:57. Going to, I always want to say adjourn, and that's the wrong word.
Recess.
I want to recess the meeting. We'll return at, let's say, 7:15. Kenji? Whoop, oh, thank you. Kenji? Kenji's the thumbs up, okay. Okay. It's 7:15. We're going to call this meeting back to order, and we are in item number 9, the consent agenda. The consent agenda this evening consists of the meeting minutes of the regular meeting of July 28th, the receipts and disbursements report, the 911 Kalamazoo County Dispatch July 2026 call for services report, and the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office July 2026 call for services report. Any member of this body wishing to make any changes? If not, be ready for a motion.
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Support.
Motion by trustee Ford, support by trustee Sikora. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next on our agenda is item 10. This is a first reading regarding wastewater service ordinance number 208, section 232.000. Presenting this item, we have our Public Works Director, Anna Horner.
No, speak into your microphone thing that keeps getting in.
Hello, speaking of, okay. Good evening. I do come bearing pictures as per usual. Tonight, Public Works is here to present some changes to our existing wastewater service ordinance, in particular adding a section about abandonment. We did explain in the memo how we have been experiencing lots of connections lately, and some of the different site conditions that we've witnessed or come across inadvertently, finding people's septics throughout projects. So I'm going to go through some of the examples. I think it will help give context into what our ultimate recommendation was, and just some of the considerations for the board. I will mention that septics are private systems, so they're under the jurisdiction of the county health department. And then once they get connected to public sewer, obviously that transitions to the public agencies. But we did reach out to them as well as the state, EGLE, on what their current recommendations, practices, or policies are. At this point, both don't have any policies around this. They're just operating under recommendations. And so we're taking that and offered a hybrid solution of some part of completely pumping a septic tank, but not requiring full removal or any kind of specific crushing and filling. And again, some of these pictures will help explain perhaps some of the situations that we run across and what some of the different challenges and logistics would be about requiring that. So here's we're starting off small here. This is actually a utility line, a communication line that was bored through somebody's septic tank that was in the public right-of-way. So we find we have also found some septic tanks. Inevitably, they probably needed the room, and so we have found a few. So again, in this case, a utility line, it's an intrusion. It's probably not affecting the function of it, quite significantly. But then going to remove something like this, obviously you would be at risk of damaging some cables or whatnot. So from what I can tell, this is what we would call as a dry well. So it's not actually the tanks either. It's just from the tanks. It was the older pre-1980s standard that people had dry wells anywhere from 1 to 5 I've seen, and they're more of a vertical system. And so after the 80s, the sanitary code changed, and now we do drain fields, which is more of a horizontal system. So again, we're starting out small. There'd be some risk in backfilling or trying to remove something like this, but nothing crazy. This is a view from the side of what I just explained as a dry well. So typically they're like a block structure, and in between the blocks, where typically they'd be flipped the other way if you were building like a fire pit or a retaining wall, and they're filled with stone. So again, the discharge from a house would eventually, the solids would settle a little bit more or break down, decompose with we call them bugs, that are in these systems, and then the water discharges into the ground. It goes through the stone to help try to filter it. What we're trying to show a little bit more here is, again, there's still utilities. Trying to remove some of these, depending on where they're placed and the size of them, would be challenging, as well as getting all the matter around them. So once a septic has been in use, the sand or the dirt or the gravel around it is considered contaminated, and it needs to be removed and taken to a very specific type of landfill. So again, I'm going to try and go through these so that we can help describe why we made the recommendations we did. Nothing too gross yet either. So, and then you'll also see in the one picture on the left is that people want to improve their yards. Sometimes they don't know where their septics are, and I'm sure we'll talk about this a little bit, as the records are sometimes very poor. But again, inadvertently, they'll plant trees over them, and tree roots love septic systems. And so they will fill something like this very quickly, and they are able to get through all these stones and whatnot. So again, different systems are designed now, but I think it's with well intent. Somebody tried to plant some trees and then ended up hitting their septic system. This is a little bit harder to tell, but there's this black perforated pipe. This was one of the connections through the group of 300, if the board remembers. It was a perforated pipe that was actually going from the septic tank. There was a pump that was supposed to be pumping it to the drain field, the dry wells. Typically, I wouldn't expect that to be a perforated pump in between. Again, the system's actually supposed to be perforated downstream, and you can tell that it was cracked, and there are a lot of roots growing right through it. So it was really not functioning well. But again, every case is a little bit different. In this picture, I tried to add some effects so that you can see in this hole in the back, there's a ton of roots. So this is a septic tank. I believe it was built like maybe in the 60s or even earlier than that. The pipe that's being shown that's coming into the hole is not grouted or anything. It is just placed between a few bricks. And then it was kind of hard to tell if there was even a bottom to this, but it was much more of a homemade system. But again, the roots had been completely, had found their way completely intruded into this entire system. And again, much bigger, you can start to see the size of some of these, and again, what it would take to actually remove them versus fill versus pump. This is not an Oshtemo, but again, another good visual about what one of these tanks might look like. If it's underground, if there's no riser, somebody might just leave this in place, completely bury it, and forget about it. And again, here's just a schematic of showing what we're talking about when we talk about the different systems. So everything goes into a tank first, and then it either goes into a vertical or a horizontal system. A lot of the newer neighborhoods that we're in right now are more these drain field systems, but anything pre-1980s is going to be the dry wells. Okay, so I got through that because I hope it's going to explain some of our thought process here. So staff's recommending that at a minimum, we require the tanks being pumped out so that there isn't existing, who knows how many years old, waste left behind. And then inevitably, for, I would say, 75% of the connections, we're kind of going through the existing systems to get to the road anyway. So where the pipe is already outletting from the house, we are essentially catching up to it, either before the tank or after the tank, but definitely before we get to the dry wells or the drain fields. So some of this is happening already, depending on the system. There are instances where we've seen that people are actually rerouting their plumbing internally, so they're going to come out the front of their house where their septic's in the back. Usually a case like this would be when their existing septic is under a patio, or they'd have to go around a pool, or they have a privacy fence, something that cost-wise it makes more sense, or impact-wise it makes more sense for them to reroute. And again, in those cases, if they're getting their septic serviced, they would be able to get a truck back there and pump it, but trying to remove it would be extremely difficult, and in some cases, trying to fill them will also be extremely difficult, just from an access and logistics standpoint. As we've started the neighborhood sanitary sewer expansion projects in both Phase 1 and Phase 2, we've seen a lot of the estimates come through either from talking to the contractors or the residents, and we used to estimate that the average cost was around $7,000. We are seeing it more like $5,000 to $7,000 if a septic is in the back of someone's home, and in the front, we've seen as low as $2,500 for the private side connection, but up to $4,000 if it's in the front. Again, some of that's going to depend on if you're in a bigger lot, you got a longer distance to go even if you're in the front. Those can add costs. Some of those reductions in costs have been because there's an economies of scale here. So there's a big neighborhood, contractors are getting a lot of work, and so some of that has come into play. We have talked to the contractors as well and seen some of the quotes where at the bottom in tiny font it says, you know, pumping your septic's not included, restoration's not included, fill's not included. And so that is part of what we help with residents, is understand if they're comparing apples to apples. And then we've talked to contractors, and they often say that the first thing that they can, we usually call it value engineering, but they can reduce out of a quote is some of those costs that aren't required at this point. So it's the restoration, the backfilling, and the pumping of their existing tank. So again, our recommendation, we factored in kind of the logistics, the overall cost to people, and again, the project goal of trying to make sure that we remove some of these non-point source contamination sites from our ground, which you've all heard in my spiel about how that feeds into the groundwater and affects everybody. More of what I've learned too is that the records are really poor, and people's recollection of what kind of maintenance they've done on their systems is also varies, whether you talk to the husband or the wife sometimes. But there's plenty of people who have said positively that they have only had their septic pumped once in the 30 years that they have lived there. So we're not sure exactly what we would be leaving behind if we didn't pump these things out, at least when we're connecting. So again, our recommendation is to start with at least pumping them out. We have 1,000 connections coming up. So we want to make sure that we had the conversation with the board and understood how to facilitate that process, make sure that we're consistent and clearly communicating with all the residents, and let policy set that direction. So I'm happy to talk through the pros and cons of all the different options, scenarios. Again, there's always going to be that outlier where somebody's got a lot of trees, or they got to get under their deck or something like that, that adds cost. But again, from what we've seen for the few 100 people Zach's talked to, we haven't had any of those 5-digit connections in our experience yet. So there is some cost that comes with this, as people are trying to already pay the cost for a connection. And so we did try to factor that in and get the information from the contractors so we understood proportionally how much it would be adding. I could leave it on a favorite picture too, if anybody wants me to.
Thank you, Anna. Does any of the board members have a question for Anna regarding trustee, who's raising their hand? Trustee Chapman?
I'm
Go ahead.
Chapman.
Okay. Well, no,
Nice to meet you.
Dusty raised her hand too. So who's first? Okay.
I just have one question, and it relates to the abandonment, section D. It's recommended. It's the word recommended that I have a concern with. Because of the health, safety issues, and because of the fact we know every single drop of water in this community is groundwater, even our municipal water comes from groundwater sources, the risk of contamination with the sandy soils and everything that we know about, would it be advisable, instead of recommend that the septic tank be rendered unusable, that it be mandated? Because recommended, I know there's additional costs, but if we're looking at health, safety, and the groundwater of our community, I think that recommending is a polite suggestion, whereas saying it should be and must be is addressing environmental concern.
Are you looking at following pump out?
After pump out. So following pump out, where it says it is recommended, I'm not sure about the word recommended. I think it should be mandated.
Well, that's a board decision, so we can make that decision.
Do we know the additional cost associated with that?
Again, that's a little bit harder to, it's much more variable, because again, if somebody's underneath a patio, and honestly, their septic isn't accessible, they could be, incurring a lot more of a cost. So that is much more variable in what we've seen for quotes than some of these other costs, like just pumping is pretty consistent, and the connection costs. We can start to find kind of a mode, I think it was, if I remember from high school math, that, that's what we've been looking at. That is much more variable of how much fill they would need. I would suggest that we at least go to the filling or the crushing and not actual full removal, because again, somebody could, if it's close to their house, it could end up being very logistically infeasible. And I say that because we have one connection that's 5 feet from their house and it's 12 feet down. They're already going to have to do shoring just to make their connection. So I'm not sure what would happen if we needed to actually remove the tank. So yeah, I think those are the different tiers. So we're recommending at a minimum go to pumping. We could definitely change the recommended for the next sentence to also requiring that they fill or crush.
The filling or crushing would negate the risk to public safety, though, would it not?
It would negate more of the risk, yep.
But if it's pumped, there's no environmental really risk at that point.
Just what's remaining from, again, whatever condition it was in, like this example that's on the screen, there was no bottom to this septic tank. So we really don't know how far we would have to go to do some of that removal to completely eliminate the risk. So if we wanted to say that there could have been some leftover, if they washed paintbrushes and some of that paint is left in the soil, we're not saying they have to go, a 5-foot perimeter around that, remove it, take it to that landfill. We're saying you've got to pump it and backfill it, and that reduces a majority of the concern.
Trustee Sikora?
Yeah, I like Trustee Chapman's comment about the recommended thing. In your example, whether you meant it or not, someone cleaning paintbrushes, well, they might have been using acetone or some other cleaning solution that's now gone into, maybe continued farther on down, or maybe it hasn't. But in light of a lot of people probably in this room who are concerned about their wells and potential development, I think we need to be consistent that if groundwater protection and the value of the aquifer and groundwater in general and where all our water comes from is important, I think we need to make sure that we make that important in this document. And I can understand if it's under someone's deck or whatever, maybe there must be a way to fill that with something. I know we, in the park, we get a truck and we spray the chips under the playground equipment, and it's just a big truck that, we just walk around and blow. So there must be ways to have tubing and everything else to get to that. I would like to see that added, not the tubing, the filling it and not doing the recommendation, just so that we're consistent and then we show that we are concerned about the environment and potential hazard of if it collapses in the future and things like that. My other question, kind of unrelated to that, if we require that to be done, does that become part of the connection process? And then if someone is unable to afford that, would that become part of a potential HARC request for assistance?
Correct, yep,
Okay.
yep. It would be at the time that they're pulling their plumbing permit to get connected. And, either asking the plumbing inspectors to verify, or when we get emailed automatically when a plumbing permit or a sewer connection is happening, so we can verify that they're following these steps. I also think we could partner with our county health department, because again, the private systems are their jurisdiction, so they're gonna understand some of the function of those a little bit more than us, and when something's completely rendered unusable. So I just want to clarify that I'm hearing that we would, under D, abandonment in the red line, which is packet page 37, it would be at a minimum that the septic tanks shall have all contents pumped out and removed by a licensed septic hauler at the time of connection to the public sanitary sewer system, and following pump out, it is required that the septic tanks and/or dry wells be rendered unusable, and I'm going to take out the removing.
I'm not sure we've heard from all the board members
Okay,
yet.
I just want to understand if we're taking out the removing, or we're just going to the filling,
I think
crushing.
the conversation at hand right now is whether or not, if I'm understanding, so I think we've got agreement, they need to be pumped, and the conversation we're at right now is what's the board's thoughts on requiring more than pumping, going the next step and requiring filling and/or crushing?
Are you able to give an idea of what percentage, because I would prefer to see it almost on a case-by-case basis. If the tank is intact and it's pumped, the exposure would be, I would think, minimal to nil, or, that's my layperson's viewpoint.
Yeah.
Can you tell me that? And then also, what percentage are you seeing that are, crumbling, or where even having it pumped, it would still create a risk?
Yeah, we're still at the very early stages of people getting connected, so we're still helping them pull their septic records, again, finding out when somebody doesn't even have septic records, or how long it's been since any pumping was reported, and going through the process of getting quotes from different contractors. That's really a lot of where some of this is coming to light, that the condition that they're in. And so I'm going to use this picture example here. I think you could say after a certain date that they become like more precast structures that, to your point, are not going to be as deteriorated. But I think we have to be consistent, or it's going to be very, Jim always says, arbitrary and capricious for staff to try and determine what that level is. So, again, we're not the experts in septics, so we would have to kind of defer to the county for some of that understanding. But, so this is, I'm going to call this more of a tank, just so you have reference. And then, get back to these dry wells. Again, these are, they're meant to percolate, so they're not a precast structure. And so, there is no saying that they're never going to have remaining residual
I just don't
gray water.
understand if nobody pumped their system for 20 years, 10 years, I would think you would have a pool of, just a cesspool that would be your backyard or wherever it is. I don't even understand how that can happen.
We have good soils that just keep gravity helps it, and it keeps going down and down. Yeah, so that is, again, I was very surprised to hear that as well, but we have definitely heard it more than once.
And you mentioned the health department, that was gonna be my next question. Can they do testing to determine, you said they will come out. I guess I'm just not comfortable making this an across-the-board mandatory, you're gonna, fill it or remove it or whatever without A, knowing what really is the risk, at that point, and B, what is the cost to do all of that? I would want a little more information before we make.
That's kind of where I'm sensitive to the cost to the homeowner on the additional mandate to crush and fill, particularly when we talk about the types of apparatus that are out there, right? So we don't know, from pre-70s through very recently, we got different types of things that would have to be crushed or filled, and they're installed in very strange locations at times. To me, it seems like pumping it out as a mandate takes care of some reasonable amount of the point source contamination. The fact is that we'll no longer be taking on any more sewage, so there will be no more percolation beyond what's left residually from the last pump. I think that's where we should leave it personally.
I agree, and if we're gonna get to that at some point way down the road, let's get to it down the road. Let's not just burden, that's a huge burden depending on what the cost would be. It's already a financial burden, and you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not in support of making it mandatory at least not without knowing the cost and knowing what the real risk is.
Treasurer Bushka?
So I look at it more of a safety standpoint for people. Then, once it's pumped out, the risk for environment is less. I look at it and go, okay, you have an empty vertical here where, for example, so I have to connect, right? So if I connect and just go, okay, I'm connected, I pumped, done my part, and in 20 years, some kid falls through a tank that's crumbling that I wasn't required to fill, well, now we're talking like trench rescue, and so I guess I look at it more of a person or a child safety standpoint, at least to fill it, and if that, I'm not saying a contractor has to fill it, maybe that just entails a resident filling it and packing it with dirt, so that it doesn't have that collapsed space to make cavities for kids to fall into. That's surely not that super expensive. I guess that's how I look at it.
Is there any governing authority? When you go to buy a home, would that be, I guess that wouldn't be part of the inspection, right? Is there a danger of, this vertical being, collapsing at the top and somebody potentially falling through? I haven't heard of it, but does it?
It has happened,
And
yeah.
that question, is a dry well structurally different when it's in use versus when it's not in use, I guess? Is it more susceptible to collapse after it's been emptied? I'm honestly curious. I don't
Yeah, that's
know.
a good question.
Because to me, I don't understand why it would be more susceptible to collapse if you're not using it anymore versus how it is today.
I don't, I've not done any research on it. What comes to mind is, again, like when we deal with public sewer, again, what I'm familiar with is that there are, like, when you're getting in a manhole, you have to have certain training because the waste makes and emits certain gases, that can be harmful to breathe. So I would assume that's kind of what's happening too in an on-site system. So taking some of that out. And so again, those chemical reactions cause deterioration over time. But I don't have any data or any examples to say that for sure happens, or that the chance of it occurring would be more in a certain number of years.
Understood. Thank you.
What's the typical fill? Is it sand?
Yeah, typically sand. We've had a few situations where they tried to use some of the native soils, and like in somebody's yard, they were saying, oh, it's okay to dig out this area because I'm going to put a flower bed here. I'm not saying they're digging out the septic. And it was more like clay. And then a few months later, we hear from the homeowner or the contractor that they had to go back and regrade because the ground had kind of sunk in a little bit because that material doesn't compact as well, and it can hold water in between the layers. So typically they bring in clean sand.
I think it's more important for the tanks than it is like a drain field that's more horizontal. Because I think they're what, like 3 foot, 2 foot?
Yeah, the drop wouldn't be, or the void, if you
But
will.
where we
wouldn't
have
be
like
as big.
tanks that are maybe like 6 foot, 8 foot. I mean, I don't want my kid falling in one, and they might be great now, but who's to say that my solid cement tank now is not so solid in 30 years?
A vertical drywall would be the same situation
Yeah.
though, right?
So what do you do to a homeowner who's got 3 dry wells, 2 of them that have been put out of service, and a third that's in use? Do they have to go through and cap the 2 that they are not currently using, or crush those as well?
Typically, they're not using them anymore because they already are full.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't, again, there's materials like trustee Sikora mentioned, like flowable fills and different kind of, they would put a excavator on it and figure out if there was settled at all or anything, and then just maybe it's not as much fill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess my point being is, folks aren't gonna know that they have an abandoned dry well on their
Yeah,
property,
that's
right?
very
I happen to know that I have one on my property because I went and looked it up, but that seems like it's way outside the scope of the project that the community has asked me as an individual homeowner to participate in, to connect to the public sewer. Now I have to go back and close some old dry wells from the 70s that were never a part of my ownership experience, really. I mean, I understand I've got some personal responsibility here, but I think that this is an overstep on what we're asking for the residents and what the ultimate goal of getting people connected to sewer was to do. This seems like a burden.
The requiring to fill or crush.
Yeah, I'm okay with it as it's written. I don't know that I'm comfortable making that change to mandate the fill.
I agree, not, at least not at this point in time with the limited information that we have.
What's the value in leaving a recommendation in the ordinance? Though, I guess I sort of take issue with that. We have a requirement and then we give a recommendation. It seems weird.
Well, I think the discussion with Public Works when this was written, it was cost-benefit analysis, and that the cost was going to be significant to require or mandate crushing and filling, but we should let the public know it's a recommendation. If it were my place, it's easy for me to say, yeah, I would crush it and I'd fill it, simply because I don't want some kid 30 years from now falling in a hole. But it was Public Works, they really struggled as they presented the language to me and we wrote this, struggled with the idea of mandating it because, if it's some of the septic tanks, I don't know, some of them, the newer ones are not even concrete, they're like plastic and stuff.
Yeah.
They're gonna last forever. It never goes away. So, to say everyone has to fill them, it was more than Public Works was comfortable recommending, cost-wise.
So Clerk Farmer, I think, but what I'm hearing, am I understanding you that a recommendation about this doesn't even belong in an ordinance?
That's really what I was saying. I mean, I understand the recommendation. It's a good recommendation to give, but why would we have it in the ordinance rather than just what's required?
So we could tell people it's in the ordinance, we recommend you do this, but.
Yeah, I think it just helps for us, some of the clarity too, when we get questions, that we can differentiate what is required versus recommended and why. Because we do have these conversations with people quite often.
Well, I support how it's written in this draft.
And I would think there's got to be some part of it being personal liability. I mean, if somebody falls through and gets injured on your property, that's, you have homeowners insurance, so you're taking on the liability if you are aware, or I guess really even if you're not aware. And I would imagine if we have that recommendation in our ordinance, then insurance companies may actually require it. You know what I mean?
I mean, I'm okay leaving it, but I would like to see then something generated by Public Works or media communications or whatever, like why we recommend you should fill this, if it's concrete or if it's this or if it's that, just so you can refer them to that.
Use it as an education piece versus having it in the ordinance. Yeah, that's a good point.
I can understand the extra work involved with removing it, especially if it's not, like if it's in the back of your property and you're connecting the front and somehow you got to get around on your lot. Could it be that you have to at least either remove it or fill it as a compromise, that you have an option to do just filling it up with, sand or whatever, so it's not going to cave in because there's something inside of it? Would that be something that could be allowed, or, you have a choice if you want to have it ripped out. I have an oil tank in my front yard that from before I bought the house, and, it's like, I'd like to get that thing out of there, but I'm afraid to dig it, have something come in and dig it up and haul it out in case it's still full of oil from the previous owner. I would like to get rid of it and fill it with, fill the space, so if something's going to happen, but at least filling the septic tank or whatever the.
Well, I think Anna can give you more of the details, but it's not quite that simple. A lot of people don't have a riser.
Right.
And so, you would literally have to dig the tank up like they do when they pump them for those that don't have a riser on their system. You'd have to dig it up just to fill it. And again, bringing in a small excavator and a load of sand, it's not going to be an inexpensive proposition.
But if what you just said, if they have to do that to empty it, they're going to have to do that anyway at this point. And there is financing available to help with filling it. So if they don't have the riser and they can't get to it, they're going to have to use the equipment to expose it to drain it anyway. The additional cost of filling it with sand would be trivial. I can't imagine it would be terribly more. It's going to cost to drain it, that access, that backhoe, that equipment. So filling it, I think, would be a cost-effective at that point of time. I can't imagine it would be terribly expensive to fill it full of sand at the time. Your cost is going to be exposing it, in the case you just said.
Well, I think it
and we
depends
have-
on the type, right? So like I have accessible dual tanks where we can take we could fill
That's
it
what I-
ourselves with sand. We don't have to hire an excavator or anything to come in, dig it up, just to access it. I get that some do, but maybe, I don't know. I think the type is a big issue there as well.
So if the ordinance were changed to specifically call out those old types that would be the greatest risk, would that satisfy the rest of the board? Because the modern ones have much less risk. A drain field is much less risk. A 3-foot fall is not a life-threatening fall. But these older systems that are inherently more dangerous, would appropriate compromise be in addressing those?
How do we identify them?
Would they be identified at the time they're connecting to the system? Or if it was said, if they are found at the time of connection, would that also be a potential?
Again, I would want to make sure we could get the county involved in that. We're public utility people, so we're not as familiar with all the types of septic systems over the years. And I think maybe Zach, or Trustee Ford mentioned it, is that sometimes people end up adding a dry well without a permit, or something like that over time, so we don't always have knowledge of what's out there. And I think the other piece is it could be a newer system, let's say it's 20 years old, but a utility bored through it, and so that's how we found it or something like that. So I think it would be more consistent.
I think it'd be more consistent if, in fact, we could talk to the health department, determine when the systems, the tanks themselves became, quote, more modern, more unified in their structure, and put a date on it, and then use the health department's records to determine the ones that, if you're going to do a split like that, based on safety issues, it would be probably based on age.
It would be
So
type and
hypothetically-
age.
Yeah.
So hypothetically, it would be anything installed before 1980, hypothetically, I don't have that exact information, would require this additional filling, if it is of this type.
Again, based
we would need
based
more
upon
information.
recommendations from the health department as to the ones that are less stable, if you will, I think you have a rational basis for distinguishing between the older systems and the newer systems. Where that line's at today, I don't know. But you could draw that line.
I mean, so generally speaking, I'm in favor of moving forward with what's in front of us and taking the recommendation piece out and creating some public education around, you've done this, you've pumped it, boy, if you want to go the next step, get the sand or crush or whatever. But I wonder if we could go a step, is there opportunity to, you've been informed that if you have a system of this age or this type, you've been informed that the recommendation is that you fill it with sand or,
If you're going to make a recommendation, that should be recommended for any of them.
right,
If that's all you're going to do is make a recommendation.
if we're picking and choosing, I'm worried that, number one, there's systems out there that people don't know that they have, and so then, if we didn't make them fill it with sand, and then all of a sudden there's an incident, like, that rolls back on us for some reason. I just am trying to make sure that if we don't accidentally create a liability for ourselves.
No, I don't see any risk to the township in not requiring, a uniform filling of all the systems. I think you could differentiate between the older than the new. But again, I would prefer leaving the recommendation in there if you want to. If you're concerned about liability from the township, I don't think, whether it's in or it's not in, it's still their individual responsibility, I think, as Claire indicated. The property owner is the one, or Kristen mentioned, the property owner is the one that's responsible for maintaining their property in a safe condition. So it'd be their responsibility to deal
And
with
what
that
if
issue.
someone didn't tell the truth about what was on their property?
Most people don't know what's in the ground. I would go, that's why I said, if we're going to develop any kind of hybrid system or just have a recommendation, if it's going to recommend just the older systems be filled or mandate the older systems be filled, again, I would base it solely upon the health department records. And if they're so old that there's no record, that tells you something about their system.
And what about if it were just the system they're currently using? Because I imagine for some of the older properties, there's no records whatsoever of what's out there and what could be there. But even if you just address the system that's currently in use, that would address Mr. Ford's concern where he mentioned the possibility of wells that people don't know about. The currently used one, if that had to be filled or crushed, or if we waited to finalize this until we got more information from the county so that we could put something in for date. I agree it absolutely needs to be drained, that's absolutely, but I still have concerns about the health and safety of our community leaving these out here when we have a great opportunity, because we're doing this work right then, right there. To get them to go do it another time is not going to happen. Right now, we're digging up in the area. It would be much easier to address these right now instead of kicking the can down the road until a kid falls in.
And I could almost see a chart, where it says, drywell system, vertical, installed 1968, requires filling.
Yeah, we can definitely look into how something like that would be structured and then implemented. Again, some of this, like I went back to this example because where we said that perforated pipe was full of roots and not actually getting to the dry wells, somebody could argue, well, I'm not using that system right now, so I don't have to do anything with it. The truth is in the middle, obviously, in that case. So I just wanted to add that to your point about I think there's still some we're gonna have to understand as staff how we implement this, whether it is a chart and where the, in between is. And I know Zach was over there just chomping at the bit to talk about failed septic, so I'm gonna let him speak his piece.
So could I, sorry, Zach, could I, just to clarify, because maybe I'm misunderstanding this. So when someone is connecting to public sewer, they're required to abandon the septic system, aren't they? Or is that not true?
They're required to connect to public sewer.
Oh, okay, so that
So
was
again,
my
the
misunderstanding.
the county and
That's
Eagle
why I
only
wondered
have
why.
recommendations to pump and fill,
Okay.
so there is no standard for what abandonment means.
Yeah, your county health department has
Okay.
no requirement.
Okay,
They could
thank you
just-
for clarifying that, because I was
You
thinking.
could have a system with the septic out back that comes through the front of the house. Right now, the county doesn't have any requirements on doing anything with what's in the ground.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking
Nothing.
that there was something, but obviously that was my bad. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that one of the challenges that I see with potentially going to like a hybrid requirement thing or requiring it past a certain age for abandonment is that we would be relying on the county records then to verify the age of the system. And a lot of times they're either non-existent or inaccurate. So I had a timely conversation this morning with a resident who's getting quotes right now from phase 1 to get connected. And her records show the original installation in 1970 and then one dry well being added in 2001 to help the system keep going. And then her contractors have found that there's actually 4 dry wells installed in the original tank. And as best they can tell, at some point they bypassed the original tank, used one of those dry wells as a sort of new tank, and then channeled all of that wastewater into those 3 dry wells. So that would be one challenge, is to identify those if we went and said, okay, it looks like it was updated in 2001, but truly there's a lot of components of the original 1970 system still active here or part of this, and we don't know whether or if they've been abandoned at any point during this. We would have to then have oversight on that actual connection, and somebody would have to be there pretty much the entire time to verify every step of that process. So it could create a lot of admin and oversight that would have to be pushed in along with this for each connection.
Well, that's a good point, Zach, and in fact, I remember Jody did a study when we talked about developing sewers, and there are some homes out there that are on their 3rd system. So do they have 2 old septic tanks in their yard somewhere and a 3rd one they're currently using? Do they fill all 3?
And then to speak just a little bit on the cost, so we did pump and crush and backfill the system here at the township. That part wasn't itemized on our estimate. But in speaking with that same resident this morning, she had concerns, and she was quoted, I believe, $1,200 per structure to crush and backfill for hers. So that's going to almost double what would be her normal connection to just go out and around if she were to crush each one of them. And again, we don't know the condition of any of those structures, whether they are like the one in the photo, that would be a block structure that's probably more susceptible to collapse, or a precast structure that could still be in decent shape for many years to come. So she would be looking at it as, what is my risk here as I get into this, and do I really want to make this investment on this potential hazard that's going to remain in the ground?
Okay, I think we either need to give, is someone ready to make a motion, or we need to give Public Works some direction and table this and bring it back?
I move that we accept the text amendments to section 232.000 for first reading and set second reading for August 25th.
Support.
A motion by Clerk Farmer, support by Trustee Cole. Before we go into moving this motion, I'm going to open this item up for public comment. So if you have a comment you'd like to make to the board regarding this item specifically, now would be the time to do that. Hi, if you can
My name is John Newenhuis, and sometimes people are not smart enough to keep their mouths shut. I was a licensed installer in Kalamazoo County for over 30 years. I've installed hundreds and hundreds of these systems. And the only reason I got up is a lot of your questions you're asking on cost. I own an excavating company for 40 years. I could help you on cost, what some of these costs would be. And I know my timer's running, but I'm not pro or con. I just wanted to help anybody that had questions, installations, how they were installed, when they were installed, and when they used the block, and when the county went to mandatory precast drywells, and how far a drywall had to be from a house. Septic tanks can be 10 feet from a house. And so some of these septic tanks, if you go to take them out, you could compromise the structure of a basement, especially if it's a block basement, because you're putting pressures on those walls. I'm not pro or con. I'm just trying to give you information here. The quote of $1,000 per structure, that would be minimum probably, and then you got, if you're going to take it out, then like you said, you got to get rid of the material, which has got to be disposed of as a hazardous waste. You're talking megabucks on that. You're talking thousands of dollars just to get rid of the materials. And so there's things that are in this that are, and it may be a necessary thing. I don't know. I'm just trying to tell you to think about some of these stuffs, And drywells were like a precast drywall. A lot of times they were put in, they were called relief drywells. And so you'd have a drywall that went kind of bad. The health department these were all approved by the health department. They'd let you put a relief drywall in. And they put what is known as an alternator valve in between the two. So you would disconnect this drywall, go through an alternator valve to this drywall. This one would lay dormant, and after a couple of years, this one will regenerate and come back and be active again. So you could go back and get your alternator valve and go back and use that system again. The other thing is on the hookups. Think about people like I'm just using me. I'm 400 and some feet off the road in a woods. To be mandatory for me to hook up to go 400 and some feet through the woods, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars. Many thousands, probably 10,000 or more, just for the pipe. And the other thing that comes up is on these quotes, are these quotes including tap fees at the pipe? Because usually you get a contractor and they'll say it's so much to run for your house to the tap, which is 8 feet down usually or more, and then to have an expensive tap fee down there to go on top of that, which can be very expensive, the tap fee. So I don't know if anybody wants to ask me any questions about anything that was said here. That's all I'm trying to say is try to help you out, because a lot of these questions I could have answered for you, that you're wondering about. And that's all I'm up here for. So
Thank you, John.
anyway, thank you.
Hi.
My name is David King. I'm an Oshtemo resident. We just decommissioned one of our septic tanks, the property, and I took all my advice from the health department, pump it and fill it with stone so it doesn't collapse. My son works for Sunbelt. He had to pick up a piece of equipment where somebody drove over a tank, caved in, put the equipment up against another building. I think it would be very senseless not, if you're going to have an empty cavity and not fill it, that'd be the stupidest thing in the world. Yeah, you might not know what's on your property, but like you said, if you're going to open it up to pump it, it's now accessible. Get something in there. But again, the health department told me, and they never came out to check it, so that kind of bothered me, because I come from a big city where there's people on your shoulder every minute of anything you're doing. But they said, pump it and fill it. And that was it. I said, we're done. You're going to send someone out? They're like, nope, that's it. That was Lucy. Talked to her numerous times because I was waiting for like an inspection. But I think that's your best idea. And then you're worried about, contaminants. Well, it's an earth filter, so if it's human waste, and you don't use the rest of the system, from my understanding, rainwater and such will take care of that. But to add off of, being worried about digging it all out and hauling it somewhere else, if we do this battery plant, something catches fire and they go and spray that with a bunch of chemicals, and that gets in the aquifer. That, I think, is a bigger problem, trashing that aquifer that your grandkids will drink out of, instead of worrying about, a decommissioned drain field. So in either venue, I think some of the health department, guidelines are there with the pumping and the filling. I can't see, why you would really dig everything out and move it somewhere else. That's the best thing I could do, but health department told me to do that, so, thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. We have a motion by Clerk Farmer and a second by Trustee Cole. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes. I will be voting for this because it is an improvement, but I still think that public safety filling or crushing is logical and should be done. I won't stand in the way of this because this is an improvement from what we're currently doing, but I do think that it is an opportunity lost to not at least have these filled.
I have a comment, but any other discussion on the motion?
I would just, I think Clerk Farmer had made a comment about whether, a recommendation should be in there versus,
That was my question, yes.
Yeah,
If it
and-
makes sense to have a recommendation in the ordinance.
and so the recommendation is going to remain? Or
Yes.
Okay. And you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to follow up because on that. I think just as the gentleman said, I thought, I think going forward with this is the best route for now. And, just like anything else, if we find we need some tweaking on some different parts of it, or I don't know whether there can be a system for if someone has a special case, they can come and appeal it, to some board or whatever. Maybe that's, I don't need 4, can I just fill 1 or whatever? Maybe there's a way to figure out a mechanism for that too. So I'll support this and keep moving forward.
And I just want to comment on what Trustee Chapman said. I understand where you're coming from. I just think that, to me, the burden that would be placed and the complications that would be placed do not outweigh the potential risk. And again, I go back to the personal liability that somebody has of somebody getting injured on their property. I mean, this is different. We're talking about, we are putting, septic in place to protect the groundwater, which affects everybody, right? But
We're having
this to me
discussion
is
on-
more of a personal liability of somebody being injured on your property, which the risk is, I'm not saying it's lower, and I think that it gets extended to your own personal liability at that point, so.
Okay, are we ready to call a question? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, wait a minute.
I thought you had a comment.
I changed my mind.
Okay.
This is set for first reading. We actually,
And set second reading for August 25th.
oh, did you say that? Oh, I totally missed it. I'm sorry. Okay. All in favor, any nays? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Definitely want to work on creating some strong material, though, for public education and recommending. Next, we have item 11, which is a second reading regarding a moratorium ordinance for solar energy development. I don't know, is there any board conversation? I mean, this is second reading to set the adoption of a moratorium on solar energy, but this isn't a done deal yet because we still have, the planning commission still has to work on this one, right?
The planning commission will develop one, but it'll be a moratorium through the zoning ordinance. This is a police ordinance.
Right, that's right,
But-
okay,
So it's a final step on this ordinance for this board.
right.
I'll make the motion to approve. If there's no discussion, make the motion to approve the second reading and adoption of the moratorium on solar energy development for principal use SES, principal use large, and principal use small.
Second.
A motion by trustee Chapman and a second by trustee Cole. Before we move further on this item, this now would be the time if you have public comment on item number 11. Now would be the time to come forward. This is a moratorium for placing a moratorium on solar, large-scale solar. Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Any board discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have topics for board discussion. Public Act, this is an opportunity for board to share any updates regarding, we'll start with letter A, Public Act 233. Is there any member of the body wishing to have anything they want to share about Public Act 233? Trustee Chapman?
The Planning Commission has before it a draft of the ordinance that has been released to the public for preview, and we will begin discussion on that on Thursday.
Yeah, thanks. And also, there's been a question. The location of the meeting has not changed. We looked into finding a different location in anticipation of the turnout, but we're unsuccessful. So the Planning Commission meeting will be here at Township Hall as regular. We will make accommodations to try to have as many seats as possible, both here in the meeting room, as well as we'll open up the lobby like we have in the past, and there'll be a television screen to watch in the lobby, and, you know, we'll have a plan for queuing speakers during that. But, yeah, I will also say when at the last, well, probably, I haven't read your feedback yet, Dusty, on the community conversations, but at the supervisor's coffee hour, we had a few people who had already well dug into the draft and came with questions, but I was like, gotta go to the Planning Commission first, so.
There actually wasn't any discussion on the draft during our community conversation. It hadn't been out. Yeah.
Oh, it was the day before, okay. On Public Act 233?
No, from that meeting, from the community conversation.
Oh, yeah, send them Dusty's way and she'll forward them on. Okay, and then the next is.
Can I just ask a quick question
Sure.
on the draft ordinance? So I just wanted to make sure, this is probably a stupid question, but I just want to make sure that that I'm understanding it correctly. So the area that, in the draft, the first draft, the area deciding of where a BES would be allowed is basically being left up to the Planning Commission at this point, correct?
At this point,
Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you.
Discussion on the 2027 budget process and AGVs. So I discovered that I created a file, put your email addresses in it, started an email that I didn't finish, and you don't have the AGVs yet. So we'll get that done. On the budget piece of it, I'm happy to share that the treasurer has been working on inputting potential draft revenue. The assessor will also be working on it because she has a little bit different lens because she's aware of properties that will be coming online and changes in divisions. Many of the departments have the beginnings of their first numbers into the draft, so feeling good about that. I meet with Parks on Friday to go through hers. I had a conversation with Public Works, or I'm sorry, yeah, well, I did have a conversation with Public Works, actually, I did do that, and I also with the Maintenance Department, and it's kind of budget related. It is budget related just because it's going to be regarding decisions around capital expenditures for next year, but going through with the maintenance director, he's achieved in this budget already more than 75% of the projects that he had identified to complete this year, so that's really outstanding. One thing he did work on this year was OCC. Do you remember we fixed the roof at Grange Hall? He did an evaluation of the condition of the roof at the Oshtemo Community Center and discovered, working with our contractor on that it was never properly ventilated. And so that's going to come in as a little bit of a sneak attack as far as the investment. We're going to need to fix what's wrong with that roof, as well as just replace the roof in general. So not great news there. And, you know, Grange Hall's going to need a septic system next year too, so lots of fun stuff, roofs and septic systems. So anyway, that's kind of the update right now.
That's the third building that has trouble with ventilation in the roof. I mean, we had the problem here.
He is suspicious that perhaps the same person or crew was used to do all of them. And so, yeah, no, this is the second time where we got up in there and discovered that there's no proper venting in the attic spaces.
Well, and really that's third because the first one was right here above the assessing records when it burst. It was because there was improper ventilation.
So, anyway, fun stuff. And project and not budget related. So, you know, we did the improvements around the flag area out here, and part of the delay in addressing paint, wallpaper, windows leaking is the water intrusion that was coming in around the building. And he also reported that the last heavy-duty rainstorm that we had, there's been no more water intrusion, or the new stone around the building didn't allow for the water intrusion. So that's, so we'd probably be looking at talking about that, that project as well, as like what changes are we going to recommend so that we can solve the water intrusion problem and then tackle the other, the carpet, the paint, the wallpaper, you know, maintenance stuff. Any questions or comments? No? Okay. All right, next we'll move to item 13, and this is a presentation, discussion, and consideration, a resolution to create an industrial development district, Clark Logic Group, LIV, LLC.
Good evening, everybody. Jamie Clark, Clark Logic. Grateful to be here. So I attended the past meeting in July, and I just want to speak about our company, because when somebody speaks out about Clark Logic, you can speak out about me, but I'm going to protect the 250 people that work in my company, and the 250 to 300 people every day, our vendor partners, our contractors, our relationships, and the people that we work with in townships, municipalities, economic development teams. Because our view is that, you know, the earth is patient and the oxen is very slow. And we are here for the long term. We play the long game. We don't come in and develop a property to get the maximum value and flip it.
We're long-term holders of our properties. We have a 57-year track record. And we have a 20-plus year track record in Kalamazoo County. So we believe in having a good toolbox. So working with Oshtemo Township is part of our toolbox. Working with our economic development friends at Southwest Michigan First, at the local Chamber of Commerce organizations that we support and we are a part of, and, you know, the Brownfield organizations that we attend and the developments that we have done, the 35-plus Brownfield developments that we've done as a company in our history, you know, that is part of our DNA. And that is part of our relationships that we have built over a lifetime of work. And we are not here to build a best facility in your, or a nice detention facility in your township. We don't have shareholders. I'm not the CEO. You know, I don't appreciate false statements of our income or our company. Because if somebody has a question, they can come talk to us. I opened that door last month. I open that door every day to our people, our team members, and we are here to create community. We are here to build relationships, and we are like 4 years into our first meeting with Oshtemo Township on this site. And we have great projects right across the street in Texas Township that predated that first meeting with Oshtemo Township that we've been working on this site. So I don't have any fancy video presentations tonight or PowerPoints, but what I do have is just some factual information. And if you'd like a copy of it, if I can approach you and just give you an example of just some of the projects that we are doing currently and that we've done across the street at Texas Township. And I can get you copies, or you can make copies, but you can keep that. But we've developed over 300,000 square feet.
Do you want to approach the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
We've developed over 300,000 square feet right across the street in our neighboring township. We've created jobs, we've done the right things, we've developed the right properties, and those are the check boxes that we ask in our toolbox. And is it the right site? Is it the right community? Is it the right market? Because Clark Logic knows how to develop. We have a proven track record. We know how to create opportunities for our team members, create opportunities for township, municipalities, cities. We know what we are doing as an organization. And we are here to ask for a tool to be put in our toolbox so we can help our customers. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have customers, we don't have employees. And it's that simple. And then we don't have a bunch of vendors and relationships that we're creating jobs through. So we've been asked to make it a fantastic site, to provide a park-like setting. You know, we just want to make sure that, you know, we replace fear, we replace rumors with facts. Come to the source. Let us develop in Oshtemo Township. Let us do the right thing. Let's bring jobs here. Let's create opportunities. Because that's what we thrive on, and that's what our company's built upon. So we create places and spaces that matter, and communities that matter to us. We're not an out-of-town developer, but our second option is to sell the property to an out-of-town developer, and that's really, if it financially does not make sense, we must move on. So we need the tools in our toolbox with our economic development partners and our communities to help us develop And that's what we are here to ask for tonight with Oshtemo Township.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You want to hold for questions from the board?
Please,
And I have to
absolutely.
do clarifying with Attorney Porter. This is actually a public hearing, right?
Yes, you typically hear from the person presenting this. The board has opportunity to ask questions. You hear from staff if they have any comments.
Okay.
Oh.
And then you do open it up to the public for public
Okay,
comment.
that's why. I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss that, I mean, it's an important piece of the formality of the process. Thank you. Sorry to make you wait. Do any question, Trustee Cole?
Yeah, I just had a question for you. Can you confirm that your company did not purchase through the auction recently One Financial Parkway, or have any relation to the company that did?
We have no relationship with the company that bought that property at 10X.
Okay, I only asked because it's a PNC company and I work for them, and I didn't know if that would create an issue with.
It is next door and across the street from three other
It is, and
sites,
it's
so.
450,000 square feet building
Correct.
that we've been trying to sell for quite a while, and it just went up to auction. I'm really surprised you guys didn't get in on that because it's sold for a fraction, and I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a
Conflict of interest?
conflict of interest in this.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up. I want to talk about that later. Any other questions for Mr. Clark?
I have a couple.
All right, Trustee Chapman?
So thank you for being here, and thank you for being here in person. I appreciate
You're welcome.
that.
Thank you.
The question I have for you is, what are we developing there? I saw on your website, I have more information on your website than I have before me right now as a trustee. So I just wanted to know if we have an established client or if we have an established building design. Because as I understand it, our regulations state that we cannot create an IDD if it's for speculative building. So can you provide some more information about that?
Absolutely. We have no tenant.
And the development is, I'm trying to pull up the site, and I apologize for not having it up automatically. My thing crashed on me. Currently, it was going to be a technical warehouse, correct? Or is the idea to be a distribution center? Can you provide me a little more information on what we're planning?
Our goal is to build a warehouse on this property, yes.
Not to-
And after, our strategy is, we call it intentional speculation. Because what we have found over, especially the last 10 years, that if you don't build it and you're going to wait for that customer or tenant on a piece of paper or a site design or configuration, and then you're going to entitle that property and try to flip it. You know, that is, our long game is we build with the speed of trust because we know the markets, and once we establish and secure a tenant, we don't move on to the next building. So we have a historical track record of securing these properties and building in speculative warehouses. And that would be our goal, is to build a speculative warehouse in Oshtemo Township to be able to bring economic development and the right company to Oshtemo.
But this is just step one to create the IDD, correct? I mean, we would
Correct.
have, depending on who comes in, we would have say over that, correct?
Yeah, when the request comes back for the IFT, there'll be further information as to what they're specifically requesting in the way of development.
And we could put in parameters.
Correct.
For what we, okay, thank you.
Trustee Sikora?
Yeah, thanks for coming out and
No, thank you.
letting us know a little bit more about this. I think I frequently drive through on Beatrice Drive there off of Ann Avenue and go by the huge building that you put up there. And I think one of the concerns that people have expressed is that you're putting up a building that might just sit empty. And I mean, and as someone who drives down Beatrice to get to the highway, that's my shortcut from Oshtemo. There were a lot of buildings there that were vacant already on Beatrice, on the south side along the highway where, there were things in them and then for whatever reason they moved on. And then, of course, also the financial building there. So the worry, of course, is that you're going to build something that may not have anybody in it and could sit there vacant for years and that kind of thing. How do you explain that to us and to the public of how we can be reassured that that you really feel good about that you're going to get somebody in there rather than it's just going to sit vacant there as a vacant, building while you try and figure that out? I mean, maybe the economy goes bad, right, or goes worse or whatever. Can you give me some kind of assurance, I guess, is what I'm getting at?
Well, what I will tell you, there are no guarantees. There are no guarantees I'll be here tomorrow. There's no guarantees that that building will sit vacant and empty for 6 months or 6 years. I'll just put it on the table. We like to say, put the moose on the table, right? So that building can sit vacant. But what we do know is that we have less than a 3% vacancy rate in industrial warehousing in this marketplace. And the other fact that I know is that nobody has built state-of-the-art warehouses in this marketplace in the last 25 years on a speculative basis. And we're doing it, and we're doing it right as a company. So that is the information I do know that we have.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
And those vacant buildings are more, if you've ever been through them, I've been through the PNC building, I've been through the building you're talking about, probably on the south side. There's, the office market has changed dramatically in the last 5 years, if you haven't been informed. I don't see another PNC type building being built, say, in an office park setting on a 50-acre industrial parcel off I-94.
And you also,
That's why we're building industrial, and we don't build anything else but industrial buildings.
yeah, and I just wanted to follow up. You mentioned
Well, we
that-
do build some coffee shops, so I'm sorry for
Oh,
stating
wow,
that.
okay. I think you said this, so I don't want to misquote you, and you can clarify this. You said that you put up a building, so like this huge building that's on Beatrice Drive there?
Yes.
So, and you don't build the next one until you have that one leased?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not going to start building, and if we did this all tomorrow or whatever, we could do, you wouldn't.
We would like to start tomorrow.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
Yes, I know that we all like a lot of things. But that is your methods. You wouldn't start another building until you get the one done, or the one leased.
That's correct.
Okay, I mean, that's a reassurance too, and I appreciate your other comments about, not knowing what the market is, but we don't have access to nobody's built a state-of-the-art building, in 25 years or whatever you said. And,
I mean, I would welcome to
that's
take
the
you on a
kind of-
tour of our sites, how we operate. I mean, I would welcome that if you have questions. It would be a great process and maybe understanding the market. I know in housing, a developer they'll go develop a neighborhood. And maybe they have 5 of those houses sold, but maybe the 5 are speculative. But maybe they're not going to build the 11th house until they get the next 5 sold or rented. It's the same concept, if you just put it in simple terms. We can't get ahead of our skis. We're not doing this to go out of business. We're doing this as a prudent measure to bring economic development to Oshtemo Township. It's the right site. It's a fantastic corridor. We have a light there. We own Court Furniture right off of 9th Street. We have good egress. It's a fantastic place to be. And that's why we've had meetings with Jody and your team for the last 4 years, trying to get the cooperation that we need and the understanding to do the right thing and build in Oshtemo Township.
Yeah, I appreciate that. No, thanks. Thank
I
you.
mean, we want to be here, okay?
You wouldn't be putting up with some of the stuff, I'm sure, if you didn't really want to be.
Not at today's construction costs.
Yeah, okay.
You know, when we started, it was a fifth of what we're doing today.
We feel your pain too.
Yes, yeah.
I know you do.
I appreciate the market analysis. I did a little, as best I could, market analysis, and it said 95 to 98% occupancy, high demand for this type of facility. So I appreciate the transparency that you provided there too, because that was exactly the same numbers that I came up with my research. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that it's a local company too.
And I hope you find if you go by Beatrice, you know, I mean, the little things that we do differently, not that I'm anti-asphalt, but I'm anti-asphalt. We pour concrete. We overinvest in these sites for our tenants because we like to invest in our tenants, and it brings value by doing a higher quality product.
Treasurer Bushka?
Yeah, I have legal questions. So on packet page 47B, it says properties not within an existing industrial development district will not be established for speculative buildings. So where does that leave us?
Well, again, speculative is if there's no designs, there's no plans, there's nothing. I know I've talked to Clark Logic. I've actually got estimated values on the 3 buildings that will be constructed over time. So I think that goes well beyond speculative at this point.
Okay. And then I have questions about, further down, it says about notices. Have we sent those already?
Yes.
Okay.
If I could, I just have a couple of follow-up items for the board.
Yeah, I just want to give the board any questions for the applicant? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, and I hope you have a great evening, everybody. Thank you.
Well, don't run out the door yet, we're not done.
Okay.
Oh, no, you can sit down.
No,
I'm
the
sorry.
only other comment I was going to make, I was going to see if John's available to come to work for us on our concrete crew, because he seems to really get it, so, thank you.
At this time, Attorney Porter?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I know people look beyond just the IDD, and there were a number of comments at the last meeting that there's not an immediate benefit to the township itself or to the residents. And so I just wanted to point out, I did provide a memo indicating that once the 3 proposed buildings are constructed, when they reach that point in time, because we don't have a fire millage and we don't have a police millage, we have special assessments. Those are not relieved, those are not reduced by 50%. So once those 3 buildings are constructed, even if you reduce the charter millage and the road millage by 50%, the first year that all 3 of those structures, or 2 structures if they build 2, are constructed, you'll generate over $182,000 for the township. And a lot of that will go to fire and go to police, which will do nothing but help support what the residents already pay for those services. So there would be an immediate benefit. The other thing I wanted to point out is this is already next to an existing industrial development district that the board approved years ago. And the last thing I would say is follow your policy.
Thanks, Attorney Porter. Any questions for Attorney Porter on this issue?
I'd like to ask that the board does set aside time at a future board meeting to have a discussion about the tax abatement policy so that we can not have the consternation that comes with these every time they come before us. Because I think we have trouble understanding that we have a sign on the door that says we're open for business and have a policy and are inclined to do this.
Yep.
And then when they come here, we kind of feel like maybe we don't want to do that anymore. And that's problematic because we have a policy that says we tend to want to do those things. So I want us to have that conversation as a board so that we can have that conversation.
Well, when you do that, I think.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when you do that, I would suggest, I've heard it from your planning director, and I heard it from Michael Chapman today, is why don't we just make your industrial property, put it all in an industrial development district, and then, rather than addressing something that's rather abstract, because you're just saying create a district, you could just have all the industrial property within a district, and then you could treat each application on its merits. What's it bringing to the community? What's it going to help fund? I think it's a great idea that Jody mentioned that. I think it's a great idea that Michael mentioned that, and I think that ought to be part of your discussions as well.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that's exactly what I was just going to say, so I appreciate you doing that, because doing this piecemeal like this, just to get to the point where we can review an application is cumbersome, it's politically fraught, and it's not necessary. It's putting extra onus on the candidates or the individuals who are requesting it when we're open for business. We have these areas. I look at the area over by Western's property. You know, all of those spaces, yes, all of that space should be an IDD, and if we created the IDD of all of our industrial spaces, it says we're open, and it stops this needless demonstration. It's hand-wringing, because we're not even looking at the actual proposal at this point. We're just passing an area.
Don't disagree. I'll make a note of that. The industrial tax abatement policy, along with, I think that a conversation alongside that regarding just all of our, changing the industrial zoning so that it's all in alignment, and so people can go right to, if they purchase in that area, they can go right to the next step if they wish. Any other board discussion on this item?
Would you entertain a motion?
It's a public hearing.
Okay. You can open up public hearing.
Yep, and so, Attorney Porter, do you want to open us up for a public hearing?
At this point, we'll open it up for any public comment on the public hearing.
Hi there, Board. Thanks for hearing from me again. I'd like to just state that although it was stated that he is not the CEO, he is listed on the website as their president. He called the building speculative himself and said that there is no tenant. Looking at the legal definition of speculative building, it's when there's less than 50% tenancy contracted prior to the building. So if there is no tenant, there is no tenancy. He's speculating that it's going to be rented out, and himself said it could be vacant for 6 months or 6 years. There's no promises. And if the tax millage, if they're all special assessments, it's not really going to affect the taxes that we're collecting, then I think we're all just wasting our time talking about tax abatement. It's not going to affect us that badly. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If you have any comments on this item, now would be the time.
John Neuenhuis, I live at 3235 South 6th Street. I just want to add to what I talked earlier, that this is reference to burning on 6th Street. The materials burnt there are hauled in. It's not native to, it's not something they have that's there and they just accumulate.
Can I pause you for 1 second? Are your comments related to the public hearing for item 13?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, we're not back open this is a public hearing for a specific item. So there is going to be opportunity for
I'm at the
more
wrong
public
public
comment
hearing.
later. That's okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you could let us know who you are, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matt Conley. And I just wanted to add to just some of the economic challenges and why this tool is a benefit, not directly to us, but to our end user. So listening to Macy and her presentation on, a tool in that toolbox. It's not the only tool, but it's an important one. The cost of construction has increased dramatically, which ultimately increases the lease rates that are required to support this type of building. So adding on those operating costs are really what every user that reaches out to us, that's the number one thing they ask for. Well, what is the operating costs? And the biggest thing that drives those operating costs are the property taxes. And that's typically what will deter, an end user if those operating costs are above and beyond what's feasible for them in their business. And within our business, we focus on not only new construction, but also we redevelop existing warehouses. So this tool has helped us not only with new construction, but also redevelopment in some of our projects that are within these industrial development districts. And, that's a little bit different of a tool where it's more of a tax freeze rather than a tax abatement. But what that does is it allows us to incentivize, users going into maybe a building that was obsolete. So we're working on many of those currently. But that's just another, part of our inventory that we also market and focus on as well. So just wanted to touch a little bit on those economic challenges as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, if you can give us your name and.
Yep, I'm Derek Wisner. I'm a commercial real estate broker with Calendar Commercial. I just wanted to speak in favor of the industrial IED. I believe you guys are all aware of the process, and I just wanted to clarify one last time with regards to whom really benefits from the tax abatement if it does go forward. If this IED's passed this evening, which I hope it is, that really doesn't grant obviously a tax abatement to any to Clark Logic or to any other tenant. Clark Logic or any other developer may or may not build on one of these sites, and those taxes will be due based on the assessed value of the property. Where it does benefit is it benefits, it benefits me as the real estate broker in trying to attract the clients to come in and lease those spaces. When Beatrice was finished last week, I had my head on a shopping block. I got to bring in somebody to fill up that space. So as Commissioner Sikora mentions, it's not a vacant for 6 months or 6 years or whatnot. And we want quality tenants here in Oshtemo Township. We not only want quality tenants, we want quality tenants that are going to bring jobs. And if we have the IED in place, an applicant that has the right workforce could apply for that tax abatement, and then you could decide as a commission whether or not to grant that tax abatement or not. If they don't meet your threshold, you say no. If they do meet your threshold, then you can say yes and attract that tenant here, as opposed to them looking maybe over at the technology park or Texas Township or some other municipality. If we say we're open for business, we need to act like it. We need to basically be willing to incentivize these businesses that are going to bring the jobs and retain them here in Oshtemo Township. Once the building is built, the taxes, those are paid by the tenant. Those are no longer paid by the developer. So to cast aspersions or just to be misinformed with regards to this being a huge benefit to the developer is just simply not true. Those taxes are paid by it's a pass-through cost. Those are paid by the tenant. So, with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, we're going to close the public hearing and move into board deliberation.
And again, for board information, on page 56, you have a proposed resolution. We prepare those in anticipation of movement. You can either move that forward or take another direction, depending on your pleasure.
I move that we adopt the resolution creating the Industrial Development District for two parcels, 0535430010 and 0535450007.
Second.
I have a motion by Clerk Farmer and a second by Trustee Ford. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Yes. So I am going to vote in favor of this because I believe, again, as I stated, and as the Attorney Porter stated for me, I believe that most of our industrial properties should be listed as IDDs, but I'm not voting for this in favor of the applicant. I'm saving judgment for that until we get additional information, but I am voting to support this because I believe all of our IDDs should be extended to all of our industrial properties. But it has, for me, it has nothing to do with the individual tenant or the proposed project until we see further what that would be. And I want to make clear for people that this is not approving a tax abatement. This is just opening up a conversation so that we can have that.
Thank you, Trustee Chapman. Any other board discussion on the motion? It's a roll call vote.
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
Trustee Sikora?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Ford?
Yes.
Treasurer Bushka?
Yes?
I vote yes. Supervisor Bell?
Yes.
The resolution is adopted 7-0.
Okay, what's the next step for this then? I mean, so is it a formal change? I mean,
Yeah, the maps will change.
Okay.
We'll change these two parcels.
okay.
And that will be the only change until somebody returns with an IFT application.
Okay, all right. Moving on to item 14, and I know it's getting late, and I appreciate everyone hanging in there. Our next item 14 is presentation, discussion, and consideration of a resolution for West Main 1 LLC Brownfield Plan. And I guess before we do that, does anybody want to take 5 minutes and stretch your legs before we move on to this item, or do we want to just keep going? Just keep going. All right, with us, we have we also have interested, the For Leader group is here from out of town, and so if we tried to, I mean, we can do whatever we want. I just want to make the board aware of that. Okay. I'd like to welcome our planning director.
I'm just here to introduce it because the developer has its representatives here and the developer is present. But this is the West Main Villages project being developed under West Main 1 LLC. It's the project being established. They started the land clearing across from Advia at the traffic signal, and at its completion, it will have 440 dwelling units and 11 acres of commercial on the south side of the road there. As you know, tree clearing is underway. It's a housing project, so by state law, nothing that came out of my department or the Township Board allows them to ask for this brownfield process to recover their infrastructure costs through brownfield plan, a tax capture over 25 years to get reimbursed so that they can provide some attainable housing. So you adopted last year your housing TIF policy. Several communities have. We studied several. You went back and forth on what you wanted your policy to require for someone to be even able to ask you to use this investment tool. And so the policy says if you meet 4 investment criteria, you can have 25 years of local tax capture to recover some of the infrastructure costs to get this property ready to be developed. And so they do meet 4 criteria. The first one is they're providing housing. Another one is they're establishing public infrastructure. There'll be public streets, public water and sewer throughout this development. They're working within a designated sub-area. It's the West Main Street sub-area that they are activating, if you will, with this project, their mixed-use development. And they're investing more than $1 million. So meeting 4 investment criteria, they're able to ask for reimbursement over 25 years. Reimbursement is requested in the amount of approximately $40 million. When Mrs. Walters gave her presentation, she talked about that you can negotiate certain things. So the township did ask to be included in the capture so that we can fill the gap of path on 9th Street that's missing on the east side of the road there, south of West Main, and to build sidewalk along Seco Drive as it's missing now and where it will be extended to serve this development to get connectivity of the street network. So the township said, we don't want to be paid back over 25 years. We want to be paid back the first 5 years of this project. So it's approximately $439,000 the township will be reimbursed to build those 2 non-motorized segments. The Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority has reviewed and approved this plan at their last meeting. You're the next step. If you approve it, it then goes on to the county commission. The county commission won't take it up if you don't approve it. Joe Augustinelli, Miller Johnson Growth Advisors, and the developers, Tony and Michael Ferlito, they are here to answer questions. Also is your Brownfield Director, Macy Walters, who's already spoken. And there is one item that I didn't catch because I didn't understand. I just learned today about our special assessment districts for police and fire. I don't normally dabble in those, but the spreadsheet in your packet with the pro forma and all that has the wrong special assessment districts listed. They have the residential because that's how the property is now, but once it's developed for commercial and apartments, then it will be changed to the other assessment districts, which would be more of a capture for the township. So the numbers in there saying what the township's going to get outside of their abatement will be larger because you can't capture special assessment districts, just similar to the IDD. What they're offering, if this is approved, is that 66 of the 366 apartments will be income restricted to households that make 80 to 120% of area median income. So that 1-person household would be about $56,000, and a 4-person household at 120% would be like $136,000 household income would be eligible. And that is workforce housing, and that's the group that can't afford housing right now, and what the Michigan legislature really created this program for. So it would be 33 1-bedrooms and 33 2-bedroom apartments that would be income restricted. I can't read my notes. For how many years, Joe? 12 years. Okay. I'll turn it over to the experts at this point.
Real quick, just to clarify, you said the township wanted the reimbursement in 5 years rather than 25 years? Is that what I heard you say?
We could have had it spread over the 25 years that they're also capturing, but we wanted it more upfront.
And that's that 450,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's for the the non-motorized.
Yeah. Which we hope to build next year.
Any questions for planning director? Okay, thank you, Jody. All right, who's first up? Okay, we have Macy. Now, I just want to be clear, Macy's presentation previously was just an educational reminder about the Brownfield TIF program, and now she's here to speak more specifically about this project, West Main Villages.
Hey, thank you. Before I get started, I'd like to introduce the full team that I have here today. That way, if you have any questions that I feel like I can't answer, I've got the development team here who can get into the specifics. So we have Michael and David Ferlito over here in the back. Hey. Oh, Tony, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know where I got David from. Sorry about that. Guess I should check my email better. No, take that off record. And then Joe Augustinelli, of course, as well, with Miller Johnson Growth Advisors. He wrote the plan and will be writing the Act 31 work plan that we'll submit to the state. And then I have Teresa Searles here from Fishbeck. She is the Brownfield Authority's staff liaison through Fishbeck. That's who they have as their general environmental consultant right now, and that's the team who did the third-party review of the plan. And before I get into the presentation, I just want to run you through some of the additional information that you have in your packets today. So you'll find a memo from Fishbeck in there, and that is the third-party review summary. Something unique about this Brownfield plan is that it did go through an additional round of third-party review through Plant Moran Real Point. Due to the request of the developer and the amount of tax dollars that are going to be generated and proposed to be reimbursed through this project, we felt that a third-party full financial analysis of the project finances were warranted as well. And so you will find considerations on that additional third-party recommendation on the back of the Fishbeck memo. There were a couple considerations in there, but no red flags according to how these type of development plans are processed at this stage. We're in the beginning stage here. So if you haven't had time, please take a look at that as well as the fact sheet, because that will help summarize the development for you as well. In addition to that, I sent a memo to this board as well that summarizes the project background as well as the length of the plan, the full process to the Brownfield plan itself. And there is a nice chart on the estimated tax capture that will be generated, and it breaks it down between local, county, and state millages, so you should be able to see that on there as well. And then, of course, you have the full Brownfield plan itself, which is what you would be adopting a resolution in support of if you choose to today. The plan is in its final form now, so if you approve it today, if there are any proposed changes, we would have to come back for a second approval. So this is treated as the final draft, and so if you approve this today, this will go as written to the County Board of Commissioners for their final review.
That's a problem because the millages that are listed that are not capturable are incorrect.
So those aren't a problem because we're not capturing them, they're not part of the estimates.
Okay,
So it's
I
just
just wanna
a-
be-
Thank you for double checking. So it's just a memo in the footnotes.
Okay.
So since we're not capturing them, we just didn't have them listed. It won't affect the financing plan itself because none of those millage dollars were factored into the financing plan itself. But I appreciate you pointing that out. And so we should note that, yes, these are estimates, and that if there are new new millages that are generated down the road that are not special assessment, any new millages that happen during the plan's length are capturable as well. So I think that's worth noting, just for the public as well, too. So if a new millage for something different gets approved next year and it's not special assessment, well, it would be allowed to be captured under the plan because it is all of the capturable millages annually for the duration of the
So
plan.
for example, a new childcare millage.
Yes, exactly, those types of things.
I have a question. I'm sorry, I paused you. No, it's,
That's it, you're good, go ahead.
well, I just want to make sure that the applicants are aware that the capturable or the non-capturable millages will change when the property becomes commercial.
So if it's stuff that we're not capturing, it shouldn't change anything.
But I'm not sure that they were aware of that.
So with the financing plan, though, if it's not dollars they were counting on using to be reimbursed, it won't matter because it's not something we have to take away from them, if that
I
makes
know,
sense.
but I do think it's new information, that's
Okay,
all
yes, okay, good to be, yes, definitely good to be aware of, and I appreciate the planning director bringing that forward. So I can make sure that we note that too, and that, we can, if you're comfortable, we can say it publicly at the commission meeting if it makes that far, just to make sure there's
I think we should say it publicly
transparency.
for certain, yeah.
So their tax bill will be significantly different, I guess is the point.
I see. Okay, well, I mean, we do have the development team here, so Mr. Gusnelli, if you feel like there's any risks, you may want to.
Yeah, we just found out about that right before the meeting started, however many hours ago that was. So new information for us. We haven't crunched any numbers on it. I actually don't know how much it is off by. My guess is, relative to all of the millages that are being captured, it's probably a relatively insignificant amount, but we don't know.
Close to 3 mils.
Okay.
That's
So,
significant.
yeah, it's significant.
It's police and fire, which is going to be essential services for
Absolutely.
that parcel.
I guess what I would say is that certainly doesn't help the economics of the project in any way. So, but again, we haven't run any analysis yet. There was new information at 5 o'clock today.
Okay, well, we'll take it away from there, I guess, and we'll see. So what we're talking about today is currently vacant land in Oshtemo Township. It's on the south side of West Main between 9th Street and the south side of 131. Right across from the Advia building over there, they're going to share that traffic light across the street. Okay, so general overview. I don't have a long presentation for you today, so that way we have time for questions here. But this parcel is now just down to one parcel. At this point in time, it's 48.5 acres. It is not exactly a planned unit development, but it is modeled after one and has a bunch of different amenities listed, and we'll get into that later. But it's a mixed-use proposed development with some commercial in the front, about the addition of 50,000 square feet of new commercial. And then in the back part of the development is where you're going to see the residential units back there. And so a portion of the development will stay local only. Of the multifamily units, those are the portions that are going to be income restricted to that 20% of those units are what is going to be captured for state dollars. So the total development itself, though, is still looking at roughly 14% of affordable. So it still does meet the county's affordability percentage for the total development itself. Amenities here would be a central park in the beginning, or in the middle, with a clubhouse, pool area, a pickleball court, pet walking areas, walking pathways, and some exterior furniture as well, maybe some benches around the development. And so what they're going to be looking for reimbursement for is the site preparation to ready the site, the public infrastructure and private infrastructure costs as well, and then the financing gap for those income qualified units. The gap that they could have rented those for, but they decided to rent to an income qualified household. Okay, just going to continue here. This is proposed at $117 million of capital investment to be generated right in the community. If this is approved, then the plan would go from fall 2026 is when the development schedule would start, and then would be completed by summer of 2029. So about a 3-year development timeline, so relatively fast development here. This would include that tenant-occupied commercial space. If you guys have any specific questions about the commercial bit, I'll welcome the development team up at that time to let them go ahead and answer any questions you may have about that. And then, of course, the reimbursement to the township. Director Staforia has already disclosed that, and so that is built into the plan, the first 5 years of reimbursement. This does meet the County Board of Commissioners Housing TIF policy. It meets Oshtemo's Housing TIF policy, and so far it is meeting the Michigan State Housing Development Authority with those multi-family units being used to get up to our 20%. The project right now does not include any housing millage dollars. The portal was not open and the project could not apply for that. So I just figured I would add that in here in case anybody was curious about that process. It is also not part of any of the other county housing programs at this time, but that is only just because the platforms were not available and the development team was open to considering additional resources as well. Okay, so description of costs to be reimbursed. And so for the developer, total activities, we're looking at about $39.6 million over 25 years. And so of state taxes, it would be $12.3 million, and then with local, we got about $27.2 million. The township itself would get about $143,000 in state taxes for their reimbursement, and then about $296,000 for local. The Brownfield Authority would only capture what they can for that state statute, so it's really only about $12,000 of eligible into the LBRF for the Brownfield Authority through state. But the local capture for the LBRF would be about $11.4 million. And as a reminder, that fund is the countywide economic development fund that is bound by Act 381 statute. It's application-based, and that fund awards grants and loans to economic developers countywide to help facilitate economic development and revitalization around the county. The state, the SET tax, the state education tax, we are obligated to send half of what we capture of the state tax in for that SET. So about $1.8 million would be returned to the state so that they could use it for that, that school operating budget, the state education tax budget. Okay, estimated outcomes, we've gone through this a little bit already. $117 million in capital investment, right there in that spot. 444 new residential units, 20% of that development, 80% AMI of 12 years. Again, it's the rental multifamilies there. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my comment in my last presentation. I thought one of the trustees was asking about short-term rentals, so I made a joke about saying I wouldn't be the one to drive by and look in people's houses to see what they were doing. I misunderstood the question. He was asking more about household income. So when there's this income monitoring is happening, anybody of the age of 18 who is making an income in that household, and they're addressed and living there, that is part of the income monitoring. So all of the adults in the household are put into that income monitoring piece. And then the taxable value of the property, something to note. It's worth about $1.3 million right now, but if this project, if this TIF plan is approved, then the project would be able to happen. We have determined that if there's not TIF, this project cannot happen. It cannot be supported without TIF. So if you choose to allow this development to happen with this tax reimbursement, then the taxable value will go up to over $70 million in the next 30 years. That's an estimate, of course. But, you know, significant property tax increase. It's a little bit of, it's going to be a delay of when you'll see the full capture of everything. But again, just taking a look at the property tax values, this project has the potential to really increase the local property taxes in that one spot. So about 7.5 million would go into the local Brownfield revolving fund. The Brownfield Authority itself charges a 10% admin fee annually. The 10% fee is an estimate. They reserve 10% of the taxes that they take in from the project to use for admin fees if they need it. But like the developer, the Brownfield Authority does only operate on actual costs. So their actual admin costs is what these fees go to, and the Brownfield Authority's total admin cost for the whole year gets divided among every single active brownfield plan. So we just do a conservative estimate right now of saying we're going to take 10%. Here's an idea of what 10% looks like. If we took our full 10% for the full 30 years, we would have about 3.8 million in admin fees. I will say conservatively, I don't see us charge that amount. Usually the way that the Brownfield Authority's expenses go, they've got a lot of active brownfield plans, so this is truly a conservative estimate on what those admin fees will be. And then Oshtemo, we've got you in there for the $439,000 and the state of Michigan there. I really put a scope on the community benefit piece in my last presentation today. So I want to remind everybody in the public listening that this is a tool for your local community to decide if you want this to revitalize an area or generate some economic incentives. So I went ahead and bolded the last bit here to just put in what I believe is the community benefit here for this project from what I believe the development team has talked about locally with planning staff as well, is that this does fit the local planning goals. It's in a zoned area for this type of development. It will increase the local housing stock in Oshtemo and will include a diverse range of options between rentals, you know, the for sale duplexes, just different types of housing that you may not already have in that area. And then the income restricted affordability period of 12 years. is what's being proposed right now for the 80% AMI rentals. And I think that's the end. Nope, not yet. Okay, so we're into the site plan here. Hopefully you guys have it nice and big in front of you there. So you can see, so on this side of the development is technically north. So the way it's oriented right now on the paper is a little tricky to see, but you've got your commercial up front and then your commercial parking there as well. And then you can see in the middle, there's the recreational areas coming in with the courtyard style pools, pickle, wow, I spelled pickle wrong, so scratch that from the record too. I ate too many pickles to spell that wrong, I'm just gonna say that. So Central Park is there. Then in the back, you've got your residential, you've got your duplexes and your apartments back there as well. So that's just a quick snapshot to see. And here we go. You guys, your eyes didn't glaze over too bad. You got to the end. It was pretty good. So we are in the middle of the considerations right now. So if the township would like me to bring this forward, then your next step would be to adopt a resolution in support of the development today. And then if you choose to, I will go ahead and take this forward to the County Board of Commissioners on August 18th. I will present this to the Committee of the Whole at their 4 o'clock meeting. And then if all goes according tonight, then we will schedule the public hearing for September 1st. And that is one that we would publicly notice through the county. The township would not be noticing a public hearing. It would be held at the county building in the chambers. And so the public hearing time would be about 6:45 p.m. But again, we will notice that and send notice to taxing jurisdiction if you guys choose to support the plan today.
Thank you, Macy. Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Walters? Trustee Ford?
Yeah, I've got a couple questions. I'm not sure if they're for you or maybe for the applicant, but we'll start. Rent control is for 12 years. The abatement's for 25. I think I understand probably why, but can somebody explain it to me?
Yep, absolutely. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, that's it.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry. And I didn't introduce myself before. Joe Augustinelli, Miller Johnson Growth Advisors, Brownfield Consultants on the project. So very common question we get pretty much every time I'm at one of these podiums talking about a brownfield project. So you've got a number of underlying economic issues that need to be addressed in order for this project to be financially viable. You know, the primary one is the cost of construction greatly exceeds what can be financed with the anticipated revenue that would come from this project, but for the incentives. So as Macy mentioned, the Plant Moran's analysis went through this and they concurred that but for the incentives, you wouldn't be able to obtain financing to build the project. So what we're talking about is an incentive that is providing revenue that wouldn't be there unless the project wasn't incentivized to be built. So I'm getting to your question, so bear with me. And the primary driver is we're taking a vacant piece of property that is really undulating quite a bit. We need to balance that land, put a lot of infrastructure into it, and then build buildings that cost more to construct than they're functionally worth or able to be financed. And then we're trying to, on top of that, layer in affordable housing financing gap. So you need to be able to reimburse all of those hard costs and the affordable housing gap within the 25-year duration of the plan. So if you extend that affordability duration out further 15, 20, 25 years, you never catch up and you're never able to fully reimburse the cost, and essentially the house of cards collapses on the pro forma.
That makes sense. Thank you. That was kind of what I figured you might say.
Yeah.
The second question I had was the rent-controlled units were going to be reserved half for 1 bedroom and half for 2 bedrooms. So the question I have is, what are the floor plans on all the units that are going to be available? Like, is there a 3 and a 4 bedroom floor plan that are excluded from rent control? And I ask because I think it would be more beneficial to the community for the more bedrooms to have some more rent control. We can get families housed, not just individuals.
Yeah, good question. So the multifamily building, no, is not going to have those larger units. You largely don't see any apartments developed at that scale because your revenue per square foot in the pro forma gets greatly diminished as the unit size gets bigger. And so, no, so yeah, it'd be the ones and twos is the primary structure of that apartment
So
development.
that's all that will be in the apartments is? one,
Correct.
two,
There's
so-
not
okay.
larger units that wouldn't be subject. We're applying the income restrictions to all the units in the
Understood.
multifamily.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Any other questions for Ms. Walters or Mr. Agostinelli? Okay. We also have the applicants with us. Do we have any questions for Mr. and Mrs., or Mr. and Mrs., I'm sorry. You know what, it is getting late.
First Dave, now I got my missus.
I know.
I gotta get up and say at least.
You better say something.
Do we have any questions for the developers?
Hi, my name is Tony Ferlito. I'm the lead developer with a wonderful team of people that I work with. And you've seen me here before. It's been a long haul. And I think, our main focus in life is to create value add to our communities. In other words, whether it's the retail, whether it's the affordable, attainable housing, I should say. And that's really what our focus is today, because construction costs from 2019 have gone up at least 50%. It's really hard to comprehend for someone like me that's been in the business for 45 years. It's mind-boggling, and it's, I don't know what to say. It just doesn't make sense. But this TIF program that the state so smartly came out with is so important, because if these programs aren't available, it's going to stop housing completely. And we're already millions of housing short throughout this country because of the cost of construction. Even the land costs really aren't even the issue anymore. So the point is that we want to take care of our first responders, our teachers, our police officers. And this is the type of housing project that's going to allow people to live in Oshtemo at a very, very attainable rate. And it's new construction, so it's very safe. It's a quality project. We're going to have over 3 miles of walking trails through the community. Another thing that raised the cost quite a bit was Oshtemo wanted us to put in public streets through the whole community to interconnect with our neighbors. And we said, great, no problem. In the beginning, it wasn't too much of an issue because the construction costs weren't where they are today. When we started this process, it's been 3 years now we've been working on this. And everything is so expensive, and obviously everyone knows public roads are much more expensive to build than private roads. Most apartment complexes, all private roads. Duplex complexes, all private roads. So that's an additional burden that we're carrying to comply with that request. And we're happy to do it. But at the end of the day, we're bringing a community that Oshtemo's wanted. It's very well known to the public that I think the housing shortage in Oshtemo alone is 750. The goal is to try to get, that absorbed in the next 4 or 5 years, which is challenging. But we're going to be a big part of that, and we need your help to make that happen. So,
Thank you. Any
I'm here to
questions?
answer your questions.
Can you speak about the commercial space?
Well, the commercial space, obviously, it just runs along the main frontage of the property. We are planning on building a boulevard. If we get our permits, Anna, maybe you can help me with that. Let's get this permit moving. So my goal is to get the boulevard built this fall, which is we're rapidly approaching if we get our MDOT approval and other things, to really kind of kickstart the project. As you know, we've been harvesting trees for quite a while now, and we're pretty much ready to go. But there's a lot of mass grading that has to be done. We want to get the boulevard in. We have probably 4 or 5 retailers that are interested in the project. Retailers are kind of funny because, that's why I want to get the boulevard in, because that means you're going. And all of a sudden, everybody runs to jump in. But we're talking to tenants like coffee shops. We have a dollar store that wants to be there in the worst way. We have other types of retailers, a lot of food, a lot of sandwich shops, things like that. We are making sure that every single tenant we're talking to fits within the MU-approved retail tenants, so we're not going to be asking for anything outside that box, at least at the moment, unless for some reason we can't fill it, but we feel pretty confident. So it's going to be mostly dental, It's going to be all service orientated to the community. Yeah. But nobody has actually signed up yet. But we are talking to several that are very interested.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Filio.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Sure. I just want to make note that I left copies at the back of the room. Just as a reminder for us that Planning Director, in conjunction with the Public Works Director, provided this chart that shows you what the Kalamazoo County area median income is, and you can see that 80 to 120. So, I mean, 80% of the median income for a household of 4 is $84,240. So anyway, I just wanted to refresh you that what those numbers look like, what the goals are. Actually, I didn't, Jody and Anna thought of it, but I thought it was a good thought. I'll give credit where credit's due. I have a question for the Planning Director. Our housing goal from the Upjohn study was, do you have that number in your brain?
It was 750, but the market study we did with the comprehensive plan said that we could comfortably absorb 1,150 new dwelling units by 2030. And on the books, we had one that was 200 and something they put on pause, but on the books, conversations we've had at a staff level or projects that have been before you and the Planning Commission, we have, take out the ones are not going forward, we have over 600 that we're talking to. And then we have, and then there's the 2 new projects that are going to be on the Planning Commission's agenda in September, but are going to add another 100 or so. So we're on track.
Okay.
And you're probably going to see those projects before you with a similar request.
Okay. I just wanted to the treasurer's question earlier before,
Yeah.
how far had we gotten towards that goal? Does anyone else have any questions for the Planning Director? Trustee Sikora?
Probably not for the planning director. The discussion about having the incorrect amounts of dollars or whatever that happened, does that affect whatever we're doing here tonight?
Yeah, I'll take that question. So the Brownfield plan, the thing that's being asked to be approved is enabling the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority to capture tax increment revenues on the project, which are only the millages that are subject to capture under Act 381, which does not include the special assessment millages that we're talking about. So while we always include that number in the TIF projection, just because we're accounting for all of the millages that are being paid and are they state, are they local, or are they not capturable? And it's like anything else, it's an estimate. Those millage rates may change over time. Taxable values will be changing. I tell all my clients, the only thing I can assure you is that the spreadsheet I created is wrong. It will be wrong. I don't know if it'll be higher or lower based on what happens in the economy. So to directly answer your question, I think as this moves forward, we'll certainly update the projection and attach that to the final plan so everybody's aware of what that new millage rate should have been. But that's not a thing that's being asked to be approved or not approved tonight.
Any other questions for Mr. Agostinelli? Okay, thank you. All right, well, want to go into board deliberation?
Yes, I have some comments.
Treasurer Bushka?
I would definitely say that the projected rent rate is a working rent rate, not an affordable, because with that rent, you're looking at revenues of about $100,000 per household. But I want to give you guys actual numbers for the road fund and the general fund. I think that's part of the presentation that we're missing. The fire and the police, that will raise with the taxable value raising, and I think that's great because that's where it's needed. But for example, for facts, your road millage will bring in $1,700 and $3,700 a year. Your general millage will bring in $2,085 per year, and that will not change for 30 years. If you combine those together, we're at $114,690 over 30 years in total. That's $8.69 per household per year. I look at that, and I'm as your treasurer, because I think that's important to understand how that breaks down. If we're sending newsletters, doing trash vouchers, tax bills, assessing notices, and things like that, there's no gain. There's dollar-wise, right? So we're absorbing some costs, but we're increasing population. And if we approve a ton of these, we're going to end up having to hire staff to accommodate these samples, or this more of these, I should say, if that makes sense.
Well, I think the further along we go, I mean, reaching what is identified as a housing goal could change the conversation in the future. I think about also, I mean, I'm just like, I get what you're saying, and I think I think it should be understood. But we're also getting quality infrastructure. We're getting jobs, you know, in the commercial area, you know, plus, you know, you know, I mean, I see this as like a place where young people are families. I mean, and I know that, correct me if I'm wrong, Jody, but the plan is still draft, it's still conceptual as far as the actual layout presented.
That's correct. The retail might break out into different footprints. The
Okay.
duplexes might become townhomes. That will all come back to the planning commission.
Right, okay.
But we'll never collect more.
That's true.
That base revenue is period. It doesn't matter what they change, if there's a change. The base is the base, and will always be the base for 30 years.
Is it 25 or 30?
It's 30. It's a 30-year capture, but a 25-year finance plan.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and then the last 5 are to the local Brownfield.
To the local. Okay.
Now, year 31, guess what? Boom, right? Like, but it's a very, I'm not saying pros, negatives, I'm giving you facts.
Sure.
It's an extremely long-term investment with no return. 30 years.
Well, I
Outside of the fire and the police and the residential, I'm
I
talking
wouldn't
about
say
the road
no
and the general
return,
fund.
though. I mean, there are other benefit, I mean,
We get roads
To
and
the-
sewer
to
and
the roads and
housing.
the general
I'm
fund.
kind of confused by what you're stating, because they're going to construct public roads, they're going to build housing, there's going to be sewer, there's going to be real tangible value delivered. So,
I'm talking about millage rates for the road fund and the general fund, that's it.
but it doesn't include new millages either, right? So I believe I heard that, for example, a new millage that passes the, so this capture wouldn't include any new millages. So for example, if we did a Parks millage or,
It would.
oh, it will, okay, it's only the
But the
SADs.
benefit to that, because I don't believe the new county millage is in here, the benefit to that is I think it shortens term.
Yeah.
No, that's-
If it helps to the discussion, I just ran the calculations based upon the taxable value that was projected, and reducing that to an SEB, when this is built out, it will generate approximately $264,000 annually for police and fire. I didn't break it down between the two.
Yep,
Just for information.
yep, I got you.
Again, and not pro or con, I just wanted to throw out our side of like the number facts.
Any other board, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just, you said something, Claire, about we would have to hire more people if we did more of these? Or something?
Well, at some point, yeah. I mean,
You're talking about the office, yeah.
you figure 440 residential units is potentially 800 adults, and so you do that 4 or 5 times. we're gonna have to start staffing to accommodate
Okay,
at
you're
some
talking
point.
about township governments.
Y-
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yeah, yeah.
That's what I was wondering. Okay.
Any other board conversation on this?
It's just a small point, but I'd be remiss not to make it. And I understand why, but I'm disappointed again that there's no incentives for home ownership, actual ownership for moderate income individuals. I understand why, but continuing to rent, you don't build generational wealth. And without any incentives on home ownership, it's a little disappointing. It's not something to have me vote against this, but it is something that in the future I will push more on, because home ownership and reducing the entry to home ownership provides generational wealth that can be passed on where renting doesn't. And I appreciate that we do have the number that we have, and I want to make sure that's locked in, that number, but I do have disappointment that we don't have the same for home ownership. And I understand the financing, because I brought it up multiple times, but it is a disappointment, because I think that generational wealth helps break the chain of poverty over time.
We need the right project to come to us that can take advantage of the housing millage.
Absolutely.
And I heard Ms. Walters say that the window, it's not open right now, so they're not taking new applications. But, I mean, I am waiting for those two things to align, where we get single-family homes that will qualify for that housing millage and bring that kind of product here. I don't disagree with you. It hasn't come to us yet.
I know.
So. Any other board conversation?
Are you ready for a
Deliberation?
motion?
I am, if it,
I move that we adopt a resolution in support of the West Main 1 LLC Brownfield plan.
Second.
a motion by Clerk Farmer, second by Trustee Ford. Before moving forward, this is an opportunity for public comment, so if you'd like to make public comment on item 14, now would be your time to do that. Oh, hold on, Andrea. Okay.
Hi. Just a couple questions. What makes this property a brownfield? What's the criteria? What made this become this? Because I remember this property a few months ago at the Planning Commission, when they had the Kroger as part of the proposal, and this is by that Sky King neighborhood, and that Planning Commission meeting was packed. There's no one here from Sky King. How did it get here and bypass the Planning Commission? Do those residents know what's happening? I looked at the plan, and it shows all the apartments and the commercial stuff up front. And the duplexes, well, the plan before used to have single-family homes. This whole plan has changed dramatically. And the neighboring community, they're not here. Do they know about it? And just a lot of questions.
So I'm going to give you a short answer, and there's two different things. What's being requested of the board tonight isn't related to the site plan or what's potentially going to be built there. The Brownfield program now includes funding for housing projects. So that is what's being asked of the board tonight, not where the roads are going to go. It's still, the whole layout of the development will still go through the proper planning commission process.
Okay. But what's a brownfield?
There's a
You have
memo
to-
in the packet.
You have to ask the state legislature. They took a law that was existing, and they needed housing, and so they stuck it in the Brownfield Act. And so housing qualifies now for brownfield redevelopment. If you think that doesn't make any sense, blame it on Lansing.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Andrea. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. We have a motion by Clerk Farmer and a second by Trustee Ford. Any discussion on the motion? This is a resolution. Will the clerk call the roll?
Trustee Ford?
Yes.
Trustee Chapman?
Yes.
Trustee Sikora?
Yes?
Trustee Cole?
Yes.
I vote yes. Treasurer Bushka?
Yes?
And Supervisor Bell?
Yes.
The resolution is adopted 7-0.
All right, we'll see you guys again soon, I assume.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your patience. I know this is a long haul.
We'll work hard on it.
My computer's about to die.
Okay, next we'll move to item 15, which is the last opportunity for public comment. So if you would like to make public comment on any item, now would be the time.
Thank you very much. My name is John Newenheis, 235 South 6th Street. I had talked earlier about the burning, industrial and commercial burning there. I just want to make sure that everybody knows the materials there are hauled in from other sites. Nothing there. It's being hauled in and burned in Oshtemo.
Yeah, that was clear.
Pardon?
You made that clear.
Okay. And these are not small fires. These are huge front-end loaders feeding these fires. These are not small. They have front-end loaders feeding these fires. And that's, I don't want to beat it to death, but the other thing I'd like to ask, and maybe this is for Attorney Porter, is the things I've taught or read is talking about commercial burning. Does that include industrial burning?
The proposed draft of the ordinance that I've looked at would not necessarily include industrial burning.
Would not?
It does not, at least to my recollection.
So
It would have to be included if we were going to address it that
the
way.
site on the 6th Street is
It's a-
I-1 industrial.
It's a
So
permitted,
you do this
it's a
burn
permitted use
ban on
right now.
commercial, it would not, they could still just burn on 6th Street yet.
Again, the drafts that I've seen would not necessarily address industrial burning on an industrial site, no.
They haven't come to the board for really even any
Okay.
deliberation.
I would like to thank Mr. Porter. He did call me personally, and we did talk on this. And we did do discussion on it, and Jody met with us yesterday and spent some time. And so I just want to appreciate and thank you for the time they've spent talking to me. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
When the comment was made about maybe installing some testing equipment at the fire station on 6th Street, what I have noticed is the smoke can be heavy at John's house when I'm driving, and it's not at the fire station because of the contour of the land. So I just want you to be aware of that. Also, a comment on smoke, as I did some research as of yesterday. It says smoke will always have an impact on the air quality, both immediately and for hours or even days afterwards. Another concern I have is the soot and the ash. What is that actually doing to the dirt, the environment? I mean, that's just something that's just there. I want to thank the board for listening. You've been very receptive. And what I'm saying now is something that is my belief, and it won't make him happy. But as he's making, as people have asked, report everything, what I have seen is he has been dismissed. He has been acted as a complainer. He has never been, well, not never, but frequently he has not been treated as though he is somebody who is being victimized. So I just want the board to know that. And when he calls in a complaint and he's got, it's like snowing soot and nobody shows up And then he tries to follow up on it. Well, I drove past your driveway and I didn't see any. As he said, he's 400 feet from the road. As this weekend, when the smoke was bad, it was really intense on the road. Part of the way up his driveway, I couldn't smell it. You get up by his house, it's very intense. So it is so variable there. So I'm just asking that things be thoroughly looked at. That's all I have to say, and everybody can go home.
All right.
I'm giving you permission.
Almost, we're not done yet. Last chance for public comment. Okay. Next, we'll move into board member comments and committee updates. We'll start with trustee Cole.
I have nothing tonight, thank you.
Trustee Chapman.
I have nothing tonight.
Trustee Ford.
I had an opportunity to play in the firefighters' local union golf outing last Saturday with a couple of members from the township staff. We had an absolute blast. Zach was there. He was having a good time too. So just thank you to the firefighters. They're professionals. They do great work, and they also know how to have a good time. So when we did.
That's
Wanted to
awesome.
share that with you guys.
Next year, if they don't send me the invitation, I'm gonna
Yeah, luckily Sierra was all over it. And,
I didn't
so we
land
put
in my
together a
box.
foursome quickly, and
Well, I'm gonna shame the chief publicly.
they had a full house. So yeah, for sure, it seems to be a popular event.
No,
Be happy to
that's
play
cool. I'm
next
glad you
year.
went. Trustee Sikora.
Thank you. Yeah, to clarify my comment about the fire station, it wasn't so much that theirs might be the same or different or whatever. It was more of, we have a fire station there with fire, can't they go out and take a look at these people's houses they're living, as opposed to calling me, living in, I go drive all the way over there and maybe it's not the same thing. It was more of a, we have people right there who work for the township. Why can't they do something, kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, so anyway, that's where I was going with that, just trying to find a way to facilitate some sort of movement forward. So anyway, back to my comments, or to my comments. Since our last board meeting, I've spent most of my time working as a precinct chairperson for the elections. Working at the county group's site at Portage Parks and Recreation allowed me to meet up with several former colleagues, as well as connect with other local officials who were working or came in to vote or to be a challenger. I had some good discussions with both the Texas Township supervisor and clerk about local issues, including extending the Fruit Belt Rail Trail that we just opened that ends at our border with Texas Township. I also worked with an Alamo Township trustee for 3 of these days and learned a little about their board and local issues. A county commissioner came in, not our county commissioner Dale, a different county commissioner came in, and we chatted about county issues and her experiences on the board. On election day, I worked out in Cooper Township as a site chairperson. Over the early voting period, I also met and had conversations with the Portage clerk and deputy clerk, the Waukesha Township clerk, and the Kalamazoo city clerk, who brought in his ballot to vote, and county election officials. While my focus for working on these elections is to help ensure they follow all applicable laws, I have also been fortunate to have the opportunity to meet and interact with people of all types during the voting process, be they workers, voters, challengers, family members of voters of all ages, and anyone interested in the voting process. And then last Friday, I participated in a volunteer work detail at Flesher Field, clearing trails of invasive plants. Next week, I'll attend both a Friends of the Parks meeting and a Parks Committee meeting. And that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Sikora. Yeah, I liked seeing your social posts about where's Neil today. Clerk Frommer.
Thank you. We did. We had an election. It went well. An update to the board. You guys approved a couple $1,000s for me to hire a professional from ES&S, the company that manufactures our voting equipment. And that worked out very well. The workers, I had him working along with our election workers, and they learned a lot, and they are very confident as we look toward November. The Board of Canvassers is not officially complete with their work at the county, but Oshtemo's portion is done, and our results are good to go. That's all I have for elections. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up to the board, I'd like to have a conversation about flock cameras because I don't fully understand where they are, what their purpose is, and so I'd like to better understand that. Like, I've been a part of a couple conversations, but I don't really know, we never had that established conversation of here's what a flock camera is, this is how people are using it. And I would like to have that conversation. And with that, that's all I have.
I knew that was coming down the pipe. Treasurer Bushka.
Maybe I know what one of those cameras are, but I don't think I do, and it is 5 to 10, so I will pass.
I want to just commend the board, the staff, and the public for hanging through, which is almost a record-breaking board meeting, I think. I do have a couple things I want to share. We received a request from Kalamazoo County Housing and the United Way Continuum of Care for the board to consider support from our general fund to help prepare for addressing the winter time when people need housing. And so I will be inviting, I don't know who will come, whether or not it'll be Mary Volkema or whether it'll be Patrice Griffin, but I'm going to send that information in advance for your consideration. It's going to be a tough question for us, and I already let them know, but I will say the City of Portage, Kalamazoo County, City of Kalamazoo, the City of Portage, and Kalamazoo Township have all made financial commitments so that when people need housing in the cold this winter, that there is a pool of funds. So just look for that, but it is going to be a tough conversation for us. So we talked about the burn committee a little bit. The police committee needs to be pulled together probably in September, since August is almost over. The next round of negotiations for the Kalamazoo County Regional Water and Wastewater Commission are coming this week, and fingers crossed, doing a dance, we continue to edge closer to a resolution and a contract, so I'm very hopeful that that will get completed. Anna Horner provided a memo today concerning the vehicle that was purchased for Public Works Department. I'd like her to speak to that, but we'll send the memo out to the board because I think she put a lot of time and thought into it, so.
Yeah, there's no concerns. I just wanted to provide an update to the
that's
board.
not- you know what, it's probably, I'm just.
I'm like, no, it's not crashed. It's still functioning. Zach fits even with his long legs. We just kind of, just after a month of owning it, we're talking about some of the benefits we've already recognized. And Zach and I were out in the field the other day, and I think the visibility is one thing that we really appreciate actually for the residents and for our safety and awareness when we're on sites, because it is logoed, it's very recognizable. The residents are clearly looking for it and waiting for Zach. They have questions ready to go. When we were walking back to the vehicle, they beelined it and intercepted us very quickly. So I think that's a really great part of it, as well as, obviously from a safety perspective, we're on sites that can be under traffic, even if it's a lane or a shoulder closure. So it really helps communicate with the other motorists, that we're entering or exiting a site. We have the same safety lights that MDOT would have or the road commission would have, and so that we can be on all the roads in Oshtemo's jurisdiction, the local, the county, and the state, if there's a project that we should be there for. So I think those are some of the benefits, and then I also just think it's valuable as a department head to have a resource for my team to be able to go do the investigations and the site visits and not have to take their personal vehicles and worry about the liability or even the dirtiness that comes along with some of the sites that we visit. So I just wanted to share that with the board, extend our appreciation, and hope that we can continue to provide that high level of service for the community. We're just under 600,000, or 600, we were just looking at very big numbers. 600 miles, and we are using it at least 4 days a week. And they're pretty short trips because most of it's to phase 2, but it just shows you how often we're out there. I will say we are turning it off when we're not in it, like some of our partners don't do. So we are saving some emissions that way. And we did get scolded once by the maintenance department, or the maintenance director, for not getting it cleaned right away when we got back from a site. But I think it was like 5:30 PM, and we had to wait till the next day. So we are going to get the use out of the Rick and Stan's membership as well. So.
And I know assessing feels very similarly. Assessing's been out doing their 20% property visit, and being in a logoed car that has a light on it, and it's really appreciated. So they are getting used. So it's really great. And I guess my last piece I wanted to share with you is that we'll be inviting Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office to come give their quarterly report. If not the second meeting in August, it'll be the first meeting in September.
Oh, they can talk about flock cameras.
They can talk about flock camera. Actually, that might be a whole separate conversation, but yeah, possibly.
Are we adjourned?
The Sheriff's Department's budgeting stuff yet?
This meeting is adjourned. If I say one more thing, I have a feeling